Satu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning and best wishes for all of us here. Welcome to the opening ceremony of International Conference on Tropical Science and its application, Ictrops the 7th. My name is Lucia Lita Respati and I will be your Master of Ceremony for today's event. The Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Lambang Subagio, MSc. Institute of Research Studies, Community Service in Mulawarman University, Mr. Professor Widi Sunario, SP, MSc, PhD. Keynote Speaker, Professor Nizam, Master of Science, PhD, IPU, ASEAN Eng, and Dr. Al-Amin Mohammed Sultan, Brida of East Kalimantan, Dr. Andes M. Insinyur Haji Fitriansyah, STMM, Dean of Engineering Faculty, Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Tamrin, STMT, IPU, ASEAN Eng, APEC Eng, Dean of Faculty of Cultural Science, Mr. Professor Dr. M. Bahri Arifin, MHum, Dean of Pasca Sarjana, all of Vice Deans in Mulawarman University, Professional Organization in East Kalimantan, IAP, IAI, IATPI, IAGI, Perhapi, Hati, PII, Study Program Coordinator and Head of Laboratory of Engineering Faculty, all of lecturers and staff, and all of the fortunate participants. Welcome to the ceremonial of International Conference on Tropical Studies and its application. Before we start the ceremony today, let us offer our praise and gratitude to our God for all of His grace and guidance, so all of us can gather today, Wednesday, October the 2nd, 2024, on International Conference on Tropical Studies and its application, Ictrops the 7th, with the theme of Tropical City Future, Technology, Innovation, and Sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our activity today, let me read the schedule for our event today. Opening ceremony, welcome speech, handling over plaques, merchandise, and photo session, break, keynote presentation and discussion session, door prize, lunch and pray break, keynote presentation and discussion session via Zoom. Panel will start after break at 14:30. Announcement of best presenter and closing. We are now starting the opening ceremony by singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, Hymne Unmul, and March of Engineering Faculty. The audiences are requested to stand.
Fakultas Teknik beriman dan bertakwa pada Tuhan yang Maha Esa, berwawasan lingkungan, berasas Pancasila, berbineka tunggal ika. Fakultas Teknik selalu berinovasi, mengembangkan potensi lokal, bermutu dan relevan, berilmu keteknikan, berkembang dan terdepan. Universitas Gunawan berjaya, Fakultas Teknik bangga, memberikan prestasi yang gemilang bagi nusa dan bangsa, membantu lulusan teknik yang ahli, mandiri dan terampil, di bawah panji-panji Fakultas Teknik. Segenap jiwa akan kubaktikan.
The audiences are welcome to sit down again. The next event is entertainment of traditional dance from East Kalimantan, which we call Japan Dance, that presented by Mustar Langsayuk Club. Japan Dance is a traditional dance from Kutai tribe, East Kalimantan. This dance was developed among the coastal communities, especially those who live along the Mahakam rivers. The Japan dance has dynamic and enthusiasm, reflecting life of coastal communities. This dance usually accompanied by traditional music such as ketipung and gambas. However, as time goes by, the Japan dance is not only accompanied by ketipung and gambus only, but also collaborated with many modern instruments such as bass, keyboard, and many more. Please welcome Mustar Langsayuk Club.
conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive person, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Allah, we need the light of your guidance to guide and bless our heart and our mind. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. Ya Allah, please protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things, and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Ya Allah, we believe that you the one and only who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
As Master of Science, please welcome to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us say praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who give us thousands of favors until this day. We can implement this event with festivities full of strong sense of community and said gratitude to Allah as Lord of hosts are we worship a step from a small servant. Salawat as well greetings to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. May he give us a minimal model well should emulate. The Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Mula Warman University, Mr. Professor Dr. Lambang Subagio, MSc. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Tamrin Rahman, STMT IPU. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Mr. Professor Nizam, MSc PhD from Gajah Mada University. Dr. Al-Amin Muhammad Sultan from University Technology of Malaysia. Dr. Franco Garcia from University Twente. Associate Professor Dr. Sutida Tanasubsin PhD from King Mongkut University of Technology Thonburi, Thailand. All audience in Mula Warman University and all of our beloved guests and participants of the 6th International Conference on Tropical Studies and its Application 2024 with the topic Tropical City of Future, Technology, Innovation and Sustainability. We as Seminar Committee feel very happy to be able to continue this international seminar activity, which aim to answer challenges and find solutions in the development of tropical cities of future. This topic was raised as a reflection of importance of innovation in the face some of the most pressing urban sustainability challenges of our time. As part of this event, we received a total of 115 papers from various authors and institutions. After a rigorous process review, we are pleased to announce that a total of 87 papers were selected. There are from University of Technology Malaysia, Kyushu University Japan, Mula Warman University, Bandung Institute of Technology, Gajah Mada University, Pembangunan Nasional University Veteran Yogyakarta, Kaltim Primakol, Layana Multiprama, and etc. to be presented in this international seminar. Selected paper will also publish in the seminar proceedings and published through Atlantis Press, which is expected to make a significant contribution to the future of tropical cities and highlight initiatives and strategies to increase sustainability, prosperity, and equality. This international seminar expected to not only to be a place, a shared knowledge and experience, but also from a discussion and collaboration in creating effective and sustainable solution. We believe that through this seminar, there will be a synergy between academics, practitioners, and policymakers to realize our shared vision in the development of sustainable city of future. We would like to thank all of those who have contributed the organization of this seminar, including the speaker who have taken the time to share knowledge and insights, as well as participants who have participated and attended and actively participate to this seminar. Hopefully, this seminar can provide great benefits and be the first step in innovation and development of tropical cities of future with sustainability, technology, and innovation. That's all the remarks from us. Congratulations on attending the seminars. Hopefully this event will be success and bring many benefits. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next session is welcome speech from Dean of Engineering Faculty to Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Tamrin STMT IPU ASEAN Eng APEC Eng. The session is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of you. The Honorable Rector of Mulawarman University, represented by the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Lambang Subagio, MSc. Thank you, Prof, for your unwavering support so this agenda could be held today. The Honorable Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Bapak Prof Habil, Vice Dean for Finance, Bapak Insinyur Muslimin, Head of the Study Programs, Head of Laboratories, and all lecturers and faculties and Faculty of Engineering of Mulawarman University. The Honorable all the Deans, Vice Deans, and Assistant Director of Pasca Sarjana, Universitas Mulawarman University, and the Head of Research and Community Service of Mulawarman University, who also present in today's seminar. Also, I would like to welcome our special guest today, the head or representative or Brida Kalimantan Timur, Diskominfo Kalimantan Timur, PU Provinsi Kalimantan Timur, Balai Wilayah Sungai Kalimantan 4, Baprida Samarinda, Hati, IAPI, IAI, IATPI, IAGI, and Perhapi Kalimantan Timur. A special appreciation also gives out to the entire committee for their outstanding work, exceptional effort in bringing this event to success. Please give applause to the committee. The distinguished keynote speaker, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nizam, MSc, PhD, IPU, ASEAN Eng, APEC Eng, from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia, and Dr. M. Al-Amin Muhammad Sultan from University Technika Malacca, Malaysia, that present in this room with us. Good morning, sir. I hope you find the joy in Kalimantan in days to come. Dr. N. Franco Gracia from the University of Twente, Netherlands, and Associate Professor Dr. Subtida P. Tenasubsin, PhD, from King Mangkok University of Technology, Tamburi, Thailand, that currently present with us by Zoom. Welcome to Faculty of Engineering Mula Warman University, special for the 7th International Conference on Tropical Studies and its Application, or Ictrops. Your presence and expertise will undoubtedly enrich this conference. Esteemed guests and participants of the 7th International Conference on Tropical Studies and its Application. On behalf of the Faculty of Engineering Mula Warman University, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the 7th International Conference on Tropical Studies and its Application, or Ictrops. Our agenda today is an opportunity for us, especially for academic researchers and practitioners, to exchange knowledge together and create other advances in technology, especially its application to tropical climates. The distinguished Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, or esteemed guests and participants. The Faculty of Engineering Mula Warman University foster a dynamic environment for research and education in tropical engineering. We explore a diverse range of fields crucial to tropical environment, including sustainable infrastructure development, renewable energy solution, water resource management strategies, and many more. We are firmly committed to developing innovative solutions that address in the unique challenges of this environment. I sincerely hope that we can seize the opportunity to foster manual growth, particularly in advancing the field of tropical engineering in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, before this speech ends, once again, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of Mula Warman University for his presence and for officially opening this event. So, without any further ado, the stage is set of the stage for a dynamic exchange of ideas. So let's into tropical studies together. But before that, I would like to share a little rhyme in Indonesia language with you all. So please help me to say cakep in every line of my rhyme. I will start now. Bulan di langit bersama bintang. Kopi diseduh dengan air. Kami ucapkan selamat datang. Terima kasih berkenan hadir. One more. Selamat datang para peserta. Bersinergi dalam setiap ide. Semoga seminar ini berfaedah, membuka wawasan bagi kita semua. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and best wishes to all of you.
Next session is welcome speech from Vice Rector of Mula Warman University, who will also open this conference. To Mr. Professor Dr. Lambang Subagio, Master of Science, the session is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu, rahayu. The Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Professor Tamrin Rahman, and his Vice Dean, Professor Hafiluddin, and Insinyur Muslimin. The Honorable the Head of Research and Community Service, Professor Dr. Wiji Sunaryo. The Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Cultural Sciences, Mr. Professor Bahri Arifin, and also the Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Economics, Dr. Zainal Abidin, and also Vice Dean, Vice Director of Graduate Program Mula Warman University, Ibu Sri Wahyuni, Dr. Sri Wahyuni. The Honorable keynote speaker, Mr. Professor Nizam, MSc, PhD, IPU Engineering from Gajah Mada University, also Dr. Al-Amin M. Sultan from ICT Malaysia, and also Dr. Franco Gracia from Netherlands, and Dr. Sultida from Thailand, who attend with online, I think. The Honorable Head of Brida Kaltim, Mr. Fidrian Shah, and also of the lecturer and students of Mula Warman University, specialty Faculty of Engineering, and also all the participants that in this conference. Good morning and warm welcome to all you at the 7th International Conference for Tropical Studies and its application, Ictrops. Let's give us thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God Almighty, for the give good health today, so that we can attend to this international conference at Mula Warman University. On behalf of Rector Mula Warman University, Professor Abdul Nur, I would like to welcome our distinguished guests. And I think this conference is a part of the ceremony of 62 Disnatalis Mula Warman University with them of moving, pioneering, and inspiring. It is an honor for us to host a conference attended by leading experts who come together to share knowledge, insights, and innovative solutions to the challenge facing tropical region around in the world. This conference is testament to important collaboration in addressing complex issues unique to tropical ecosystem. With this year's conference theme, I believe that we will be able to make great progress in understanding and resolving the critical environmental, agricultural, and social impact that in the tropics. You know that tropical ecosystems are home of the great diversity of flora and fauna and play an important role in global climate system. This region is also home to millions of the people whose life depend on the natural resources found in this region. However, the threat we face, such as climate change, loss of the biodiversity, and unsustainable land use, etc., require a multidisciplinary approach. And through discussion in this conference, I am sure we will able to provide solution to this problem. At this conference, I encourage all participants to continue to contribute, share your experience, and develop research network. And I hope this discussion and exchange of idea at this conference inspire new research direction and spark collaboration that will have long-lasting impact. In closing, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the organization committee, especially Mr. Professor Tamrin and team. And then thank you for speakers and all the participants for making this conference a reality. Your dedication to investing tropical studies and applications and its applications is beacon of, I hope, for the future of our planet. Let us the most thing opportunity to learn from each other and contribute to more sustainable, equitable, and resilient future for tropical region and the world at large. Finally, with the permission of all of us by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this conference, this 7th Ictrops conference is open. Thank you of all, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I wish the successful and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is handing over plaques and merchandise to the keynote speakers. We would like to welcome Mr. Professor Nizam, Master of Science, PhD, IPU, ASEAN Eng, and Dr. Ali Muhammad Sultan to come to the stage. We would like to ask for the willingness of Professor Dr. Lambang Subagio, Master of Science, to hand over the plaques to the speaker. I will also ask for the willingness of Mr. Professor Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Tamrin SDMT IPU ASEAN Eng to hand over merchandise to the speakers. Now is the photo session. I would like to ask for the invited guests to come to the stage for photo session. I would like to ask for all of the invited guests to come to the stage for photo session. Next session is group photo with all of the audience. Please stand up and facing to the stage. participation. We will have 5-minute breaks and followed by the session of the first keynote speaker. gentlemen, now we are starting the keynote speaker session. But first, let us welcome our moderator, Dedi Cahyadi, ESCOM Master of Engineering. Mr. Dedi Cahyadi, ESCOM Master of Engineering, is a lecturer at Faculty of Engineering in Mullah Orman University. He used to work as the lecturer, and now he is as the head of Laboratory of Internet Application in Engineering Faculty, Mullah Orman University. He gained his education from Bachelor of Computer at University of Gadjah Mada, and then he gained his master degree at Information Technology at University of Gadjah Mada. I would like to welcome the keynote speaker to come to the stage.
Thank you, Miss Lucia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are very delightful for welcoming you all in this special event, the 7th International Conference on Tropical Studies and its Application 2024. And at this morning, we have excellent guest as our keynote speaker, Professor Nizam from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and Dr. Al-Amin from UTEM. Thank you for coming to our campus. Please, with me in this stage. Okay, first of all, allow me to introduce the first keynote speaker, Professor Nizam. He is professor from Civil Engineering at Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. He also alumni from undergraduate, also in Civil Engineering at Universitas Gadjah Mada. And then he continued at master. The first graduate that honor with distinction at Imperial College of Science and Technology in University of London, and his doctoral degree is also from there. At 2021 to 2024, he officiated as acting general director of higher education, research and technology at Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. The interesting that remind me, he also a founder of Indonesia Higher Education Research Network, or INHEREN, which helped many universities, including Universitas Mullah Orman, gain their advantage for implementing ICT. So thank you, Professor, for your program. And he also have a lot of experience in disaster mitigation project and research, such as Bantul earthquake, Lombok, Palu, and also Aceh tsunami. And he also present the topic about lesson learned in Aceh tsunami in Coastal Disaster Reduction Symposium at Monash University, Melbourne. Prof. Nizam, we honored to have you here. Today you will present Tropical City of Future, Technology, Innovation and Sustainability. I see some interesting topic to discuss, such as climate change, natural disaster, and then water as foundation of sustainability, and also a local wisdom for water management. We believe your speak will enlighten and contribute to our knowledge and wisdom. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear the speak from Professor Nijam.
Thank you very much, Pak Didi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Selamat pagi, salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, keynote speakers, Dr. Al-Amin, and also deans and directors. First of all, I would like to thank the opportunity to speak before you in this very interesting international conference on tropical sciences. We all know that now with the development of the new capital, Nusantara, the interest in developing sustainable cities and developing cities for the future become the highlight of the national research and development, as well as attracting international researchers to look at the development of the new capital. But before I present my keynote, I would like to give you a pantun. Burung enggang hingga bidahan, pamerkan paruhnya sambil menari-nari. Ictrops 2024 diselenggarakan Universitas Mulia Warman. Para ilmuwan berdiskusi menjaga bumi agar tetap lestari. Nusantara, ibu kota Indonesia, elok alamnya dijaga kelestariannya. Di Universitas Mulia Warman kita bersama-sama bertukar pikir, berdiskusi untuk mencapai SDGs bersama. Terima kasih. So, I would like to present to you on tropical cities of the future, especially related to mainstreaming water sensitive urban development. I will present on the urbanization and its challenge, and second on the balancing the economic development, technology and preservation, water-sensitive urban development, and also we need to learn from the local wisdoms and give you conclusions. First, urbanizations. This is a big challenge that face the global community all over the world, because in 2050, almost 70% of global populations will live in cities. In South Asia, the regions where the growth of the population is very high, the urbanization is also the fastest globally. In Indonesia, the urban populations will reach 70% of the populations by 2045. So more than half of the populations now live in cities, and in 2045, 70% of our populations will live in cities. In East Kalimantan, the rate of population growth is higher than the national average, 1.9%. In Balikpapan, 3.4%, and in Samarinda, 20% growth rate of populations every year. That means the growth of cities will also be accelerated with the growth of the populations. And that creates pressures to the environmental sustainability. One, environmental degradations. We see that globally, deforestation in tropical countries reach up to 8% of the global carbon CO2 emissions globally. So the contributions of deforestation is actually very high in global CO2 emissions. So we have to reduce that deforestation and stop deforestation all over the world. In Southeast Asia, In the past 20 years, almost 15% of deforestation occurs in Southeast Asia. That accounts for 61 million hectares in the Southeast Asia. Indonesia, we already put moratorium on deforestation, but in the past years, we still see in the past 20 years, we still see that 1.5 million hectares of East Kalimantan forests in the past 20 years has been changed from natural forest into industrial forestry. And we see the data from the government or Pemda Provinsi Kalimantan Timur that between 2020 to 2000, from 2000 to 2020, 10% of East Kalimantan forest has been transformed. And that contributes to the climate change and natural disasters. We see that by 2050, the projections is 800 million people will live in 570 coastal cities globally, which is vulnerable to climate change, especially the sea level rise, which is predicted to reach half meters in the next 30 years. Indonesia is the 9th most affected country by extreme weather. And also the risk of climate change, especially with the sea level rise. East Kalimantan experienced 157 floods and 74 landslides between 2010 and 2020. So that means almost 15, 16 floods every year in East Kalimantan. And sea level rise in Indonesia are projected to rise up to 0.6 meters by the end of this century. So we see like in Samarinda in 2020, the floods that inundated the city of Samarinda and Balikpapan that never seen before such high floods. And we can see from data that the trend of flood and climate disaster frequencies are in the increase. And if we do not do something to prevent the climate change, then this frequency will be increasing from time to time. At the same time, we also see water scarcity because the extreme weather between the wet seasons and the dry seasons becoming more extreme. We also see a lot of water scarcity in many regions, including in Kalimantan, of course, because of the change in the weather pattern, the climate pattern. 50% of Indonesian urban populations do not have access to safe drinking water. This is data from WHO in 2021. And in East Kalimantan, data from the BPS East Kalimantan show that there are still 25% of the populations that do not have the access to clean water. The impact of the deforestation and the urban development is urban heat island. We feel that in the city, the temperatures is higher than the surrounding area. The heat islands in tropical cities can be up to 10 degrees centigrade warmer than the surrounding areas. This is the paper from Stock in 2017. And in Jakarta, the urban heat island intensity can reach up to 3 degrees centigrade higher than the surrounding area. And in Samarinda, this is the research from Sadewo, show that the urban heat island intensity in Samarinda alone can reach up to 2.5 degrees centigrade higher than the surrounding areas. If we put a profile on the temperatures from the forest area to the cities, we can see the increase in the heat from the graph shown. And also, cities tend to be the center of waste created by the populations. Cities in developing countries often lack of waste management. This is a big issue, big problems in all big cities globally, not only in Indonesia, but we can see in Indonesia, in big cities, there is always issues of waste management. We generate 175,000 tons a day of waste in Indonesia. Because if every people liters, say, half a kilograms a day, that translates into 170,000 or 175 million kilograms of waste, or 175,000 tons. And only half of them are processed properly in waste management system. For instance, in East Kalimantan, every day 2.7 million kilograms of waste are created, especially in urban area, and only 60% are collected and processed properly. This is the report from East Kalimantan Environmental Agency. The air pollution is also similarly occurring with the urban development. Urban development tends to be the concentrations of people and mobility of people using cars and private vehicles, motorcycles, creating air pollution that is not healthy for the populations. Indonesia ranks 9th globally in terms of premature death due to air pollution. Infeksi saluran pernafasan atas, ISPA. This is due to the air pollution in the urban area. In Samarinda, the annual average of PM 2.5 concentrations was 21.4 microgram per cubic meter in 2020, exceeding the WHO guidelines of 5 microgram per cubic meters. This is the report from IQR in 2021. And also energy consumptions. Cities consume almost 80% of the energy need or energy produced by every country. And this contributes to 60% of greenhouse gas emissions. Indonesia, through the Rencana Umum Energi Nasional, targeting 23% of the energy generations from renewable energy by 2025. But if you look at the data from East Kalimantan, currently only 5% of the energy come from renewable sources. This is a report from the Provincial Energy Office in 2021. And also the urbanizations create pressure, stress to the biodiversity. Indonesia is the country with second largest biodiversity, and the threat of urbanizations to biodiversity is very imminent. Indonesia is home to 17% of the world species, and many are endemic, and in East Kalimantan hosts 75% of Borneo plant species and endangered animals. And this is also need to be alerted. We all need to be alerted to prevent biodiversity losses due to urbanizations. Especially for East Kalimantan, with the development of the new capital, Nusantara, now East Kalimantan become the province that hosts the capital. So we need to make sure that the new capital will be greener, become a green city, sustainable and smart city for the future. And at the same time, East Kalimantan economy is transitioning to become a service city, shifting from extraction-based economy to become more service-based industry. So to address all that, we need to balance the economic development with the technology advancements and ecological preservations. How to do that? We need to implement green technology and preservation at the heart of research and development in every university. So I hope that UNLAM can mainstream the green research that aim at green technology and preservation as the streamline of as the main theme of the UNMUL research. We need to balance between the technology advancement, which drive innovations in green economy, improve efficiency in using the energy, and also strengthening the economic growth, especially based on blue and green economy. At the same time, we need to preserve the environment through ensuring the long-term sustainability of the development, also the biodiversity and the quality of life. We would love to see that in our campus, we can cohabit, co-live together with the other animal species in the Mulai Warman regions. We need to balance to create resilient, livable cities that thrive in harmony with nature. We need to have a greener transportations. We need to use renewable energy generations, and also smart water and sanitation and waste management system, smart and green farming and industry, and of course consumption. We have to reduce consumptions, to reduce waste, and also very importantly cohabitation with nature. Water sensitive urban development is a must in our architect department, in our engineering departments, to see water as the main center of development in our urban areas. So I would look at greener energy. The potentials of renewable energy in Indonesia actually is quite huge, more than the needed capacity to fill the need of the demand. For instance, from the ocean thermal energy potential of Indonesia, the potential is more than 3 times the national demand, 240 gigawatt. Biomass is also very huge capacity from palm industry, from rice industry, from, farming, agriculture, and also from waste from cities. We see that the waste from city alone, 175,000 tons a day. So those are potential of biomass energy that can be transformed into electricity, for instance. Hydropowers also have a huge potential from major hydropower plants up to micro and pico hydro. And solar energy, 30 gigawatt, geothermal, 28 gigawatt. This is Indonesia have the highest potential for geothermal globally. And from wave, we have 80,000 kilometers of shoreline. The potential is 20 gigawatt, and wind 9 gigawatt, and from Miko and Pico Hydro about 7.5 gigawatt. So the potential is huge. It's just a matter of policy and our willingness to transition our energy from fossil fuel base to renewable energy base. So that's why we encourage campus to become campus mandiri energy. Many of our campuses already put solar panel, for instance in Itera, about 100 kilowatt energy comes from solar panel put in campus. The same in Universitas Negeri Makassar, Universitas Negeri Manado, also in ITK and many other campuses. So I hope that UNMUL will also have the initiative to become campus mandiri energy. And also greener transportations. We need to change move our transportations to become greener. We already developed bis listrik merah putih on the right, upper right pictures, which is now operates in Surabaya city and Bandung. This is the results of collaborations between campuses and industries to develop the electric buses. Also, cycling is actually a good way to reduce pollutions, and it's also healthy. So we need to see our campuses to see more bicycles rather than cars around the campus. And also how to make our urban area to become cohabitation with the natures. Nature cohabitations, we live together, not human-centric, but ecocentric. How we can create our city to become livable not only for the human, but also for birds, for other animals, for other species to thrive in city. So symbiotic relationships between human and its environment, its surroundings. And for that, we need to develop water-sensitive development. If we look at the wisdoms of our older generations, in cities like Balikpapan, Samarinda, where we have a lot of lowland, we already see the local wisdom to use tiled house, in which people can live easily and in harmony with water, for instance. So there is no issue of floods because we live on water. We live with water. But when we do urbanizations, all become land-based and we replace the place of water with our buildings. So no wonder if floods coming every now and then because water wants to reclaim their place. So urban sensitive development is a must in our curriculum, in architect development, in urban planning development, and also in engineering faculties, to make water as a center for every development, especially in urban development. Only then we can see that we can live better in harmony with the ecosystem. We see that water is a foundation for sustainability. 8 of 17 SDGs related to water, or need water as the foundations to realize that SDGs. Not only SDG 6 actually, SDGs 2, end of hungers, depends on water for agriculture. SDG 3, good health and well-being, need good water and sanitations. So all those SDGs need water as the foundations to achieve those SDGs. And these issues that relate to urban development, stormwater runoff, related closely to stormwater runoff, because we change the way the natures look after water to the way that human needs the place. So we replace the areas that used to be the place of water to the place of where we live. And those create a problem of flooding and other problems related to water scarcity during the dry seasons and flooding during the wet season. Our drainage engineering program, for instance, if I look at the curriculum in many of our universities, still use conventional approach in drainage. What is conventional approach of drainage? Push the water as quickly as possible directly to the rivers, to the oceans, as quickly as possible. We do not allow any water staying on our ground, which then reduce the infiltrations to recharge the groundwater and create water scarcity during the dry seasons. So the conventional drainage system needs to be transformed into more sustainable drainage engineering or green drainage system. in the old drainage disciplines, we just want to drain water as quickly as possible from the city. So that is the principle of drainage engineering, which currently what we learn. So we need to transform to become more sustainable urban drainage system in which we preserve the hydrologic cycle. What is hydrologic cycles? Every rainwater should stay as long as possible on the surface of the city, on the surface of the land. So by putting permeable pavement, for instance, we allow water to stay and to infiltrate into recharging the groundwater. We put green roofs to capture water and keep water as long as possible on our leaves, on the greenery, so the evapotranspirations will improve the temperature of the city, preventing from heat island. Also putting inception pond, detention basins, rainwater harvesting. So all those can make water coming from the rain to stay as long as possible on our land, so to help recharge the water table, and also at the same time improve the climate in city. So these principles need to be developed in our curriculum, in our research and development. So we have to move from grey into a green drainage system in which all infrastructures become more eco-friendly by having water to be able to stay as long as possible without damaging the human health, of course. So the importance of landscaping, how to make our landscape to become greener, to put more and more areas where water can park for a while, not directly go into the river. So this is the low impact development concept which we need to teach in our classroom for our students, for them to instill the spirit of living together with nature and to preserve the natures as much as possible. This is the 5 basic principles. One is using hydrology as integrating framework. We make the hydrological system as a framework for development. Campus development, for instance. What is the amount of water goes into this campus and how much we just kick that water out of the campus? We have to retain that water as much as possible by having embung, by having rainwater harvesting, and by having green roof and many other means that we can do. So that is the first principle. Although we change the ecosystem from forest into city, but how to keep that forest function within the city. That is the principle of using hydrology as integrating part of, as the framework for the development. So to show you schematically, if in the old paradigm, when we transform an area to become city, then we have a more peak discharge resulting in floods because we have more and more impervious surfaces. We retain less and less water in the on land. So we have to transform that into a greener principle in which we retain the water as long as possible to keep the hydrograph, the discharge of the water from the city, as close as possible to the natural drainage system. And for that, we have to do this in more micromanagement. Every house, every buildings, every place that we develop, we need to make the balance of water to be zero. between the incoming water from rains and the water going out from our house, from our campus, as little as possible to become net zero outflow from the regions that we develop. And that can be done in many ways. Rainwater harvesting, it can be done in many ways. Just putting open space to become lower compared to the surrounding areas, for instance. Instead of making open space higher than the surrounding areas. That make the open space become the parking areas for water during heavy rain. The current drainage system usually make the open space higher rather than make it lower to make sure that those open space are dry during any time of the year. Why we do that? We better put the open space lower than the surroundings to make the open space become the parking place for water during the heavy rain, instead of making it dry all the time and make the rain go directly to the rivers and make floods everywhere. So this is the simple principle that we need to change the way we plan our campuses, our houses, our homes, and our cities. Permeable paving, also infiltration well, biopore, bioswales. This needs to be developed, and also green roof. I'm quite happy to see many campuses now have green roofs in their buildings, and also developing wetlands, retention pond, and also rain harvesting. We can have rain harvesting in our home by collecting rainwater falling on our roof to this big tank, or we can put it underground. So these are means to capture water that we can do. And third, controlling stormwater at source. We better control the rainwater where it falls rather than throw it away and creating pollution problems, creating floods in the downstream area of the city. And actually we can use less sophisticated structures to capture water rather than putting big pipes as drainage system. We can have our drainage to be more natural by using bioswales, using eco-drainage system, and putting more and more areas where water can stay longer than go directly to the river. And landscaping, we can create our landscape to become a multifunctional landscape where water can stay happily longer. And those give a lot of benefits, not only for the recharging the groundwater, but also improve water quality that goes into the river. Because now the water already filtered by the greeneries, by the infiltrations, so the water quality will improve. At the same time, water quantity will also be more regulated. So we need to change river as our face. Jadikan sungai sebagai halaman kita, not our backyard, but become our front yards. How to make water become our front yards instead of our backyards. Waterfront cities like Samarinda, Balikpapan should make the water as the front face of the city rather than the back face of the city. And finally, I would like to attract your attention to local wisdom, because many our forefathers, our old generations actually have that wisdom to live in harmony with the ecosystem. We see in many traditions that in every spring water become a sacred place for many, in many traditions, in almost all traditions. Spring water, or water coming from springs, is a sacred place everywhere, in every religions. So this need to be revitalized. How we can respect spring water, water spring as a sacred place, a place where life starts. And also traditions of preserving, conserving water, we can see from, for instance, the housing system. Stilt house is actually the traditional house that now becoming less and less common. This need to be mainstream again. In traditional farmers, they live with water. They live on top of water in the middle of their rice fields, for instance. So this is the Badui housing. And we see in many tribes in Indonesia, all suku in Indonesia, have the traditions of preserving, conserving water. So all traditional house actually very water sensitive, very sensitive to water and to the environment. The buildings, the drainage system, the way they build the houses are really matched with the current knowledge, current scientific evidence of how we have to preserve the ecosystem. Farming, the terrace farming, is actually not only growing rice in the sloping area, but it's also conserve water, because water then less quickly goes down slope. This is also in forest area. Traditional people used to have rorak. Rorak is like small dates that put in sloping regions to help retain water. Instead of flowing directly downhill, it can capture the water for a while. And this is actually very useful in preserving water and preventing landslides as well as other disasters. Jukangan, this is the traditional way to keep waste from our households to become pupuk, to become fertilizers. So in our backyards, I used to have this in my parents' and grandparents' house. In the backyard, we used to have this ditch where we put organic waste to become compost, and then we move from one pit to the other pit. When it's full, then we move to the other pit, but now it is no longer practiced. And also embung, field reservoir. This is also very important. Now many embungs disappeared and become the housing. So we need to maintain and even improve the embung, the open reservoir. This is the rational way to preserve water. Instead of when we grow plants, the evapotranspiration is high, so we can use this clenting, basically earthenware, that we can put water instead of the earthenware. So we reduce the amount of water for plantations. This is useful for cash crops. And we, of course, need to conserve what remains and restores the ecosystem to become more natural. In Europe and United States, now there are a lot of movement in renaturalizations of rivers. In the past, river used to be straightened. But now, in those countries, in developed countries, those rivers renaturalized to become more meandered, more natural, rather than straight rivers, which actually make less flooding compared to the straightened rivers. Restoring the wetlands, and also don't forget for for the inhabitants of rivers. Often we build weirs, we build dams, which stop the migrations of fish from downstreams to upstreams. That reduces the biodiversity of fish because many fish, anadromous and diadromous fishes, they go upstream to hatch and then go downstreams to grow, or vice versa. If we put dams, we put weirs, those migrations become no longer possible. So we need to create fish ladders, fish ways in any buildings that we put on our rivers. So this eco-engineering approach actually need to be in our curriculum, in our research agenda, so that we can live better and more sustainable with the ecosystem. So this is just some illustrations of what we can do and what me especially currently are doing on my research on how to use nature-based protections for coastal, for rivers, and for any built environment. So how we can live together with water. We make waterfront cities to be the future landscape of cities in the low land like Samarinda, Balikpapan, and other big cities with big rivers in the lowland. In conclusions, I would like to highlight that tropical cities of the futures need to be developed in harmony with nature, in harmony with nature preservations, and that can be achieved by balancing economic development, technological development, and ecological preservations. And a sustainable urban development need to be developed with water-sensitive paradigm, water-sensitive development paradigm as the foundations for the development. And development of livable city for all by cohabitations with natures need to shift our paradigm in developing urban areas. Sustainable mobility development also need to be developed through greener transportation system and renewable energy sources. For lowland city, water body oriented development should be developed and become waterfront city. We need to tap the wealth of traditional local wisdom and knowledge related to water management and sustainability, because those are the spring of wisdom. Reviving and adapting this wisdom need to be the center of our research and development to make sure that we have a sustainable future. And thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you in this very honorable session. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Nizam. Please be patient. If you have any question, we will discuss after the second presenter. Before he present, I will introduce him. Dr. Al-Amin bin Muhammad Sultan. He is senior lecturer at Faculty of Manufacturing Engineering, University Technical Malaysia Melaka, or UTEM. He received a PhD in Sustainable Manufacturing from University of Manchester, and his main interests are fourth industrial revolution readiness, then circular economy, manufacturing sustainability, productivity improvement, and decision tools for sustainable development. He also have a lot of experience in training and consulting. I do a little research about Tesco and Lotus. It's a big retail chains that operate in Malaysia and Thailand, and they also have their own brand. And then he also received research grant from Malaysia Technical University Network, or MTUN, and the other grant, of course. The most research about manufacturing sustainability, developing a protocol for international waste trade, and product value chain framework. Okay, Dr. Alamin, we honor to have you here. Today you will present about sustainable manufacturing for renewable energy sector, a decision making framework from locating the solar panels recycling center. In your presentation, I see a lot of interesting topic such as and life fact of solar panel, and then technique and issues in recycling process, and how to solve a waste from solar panel. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to a presentation from Dr. Alami.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا. Thank you very much to the respected panel and master of ceremony of the program, director of the conference, the university and also the faculties member and also the management team, esteemed keynote speakers, Professor Insigne Dr. Nizam, and I believe we have online Dr. Franco Gracia and also Associate Professor Dr. Suttida. Don't forget members of the organizing committee of the 7th International Conference on Tropical Studies and its Application, fellow researchers, participants, and honored guests. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Selamat pagi and a very good morning to all. It's a privilege to stand before you here today at Universitas Mula Warman in this beautiful city of Samarinda. For such an important event, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to the organizing committee for their effort in making their conference a reality and for inviting me to be part of it. Today, I will share with you insights on sustainable manufacturing for the renewable energy sector, and I will focus on a decision-making framework, means that a tool to assist us to decide something, especially for locating the solar panels recycling center. So let me introduce a bit about UTEM before I start. UTEM stands for University Technical Malaysia Melaka. Was established 24 years ago at year 2000, situated at the UNESCO Heritage Site of the historical city of Malacca, about 2 hours driving from the city of Kuala Lumpur. We have 2 campuses, both in Malacca, main campus at Durian Tunggal, and the technology campus, which replicates the industry at Ictrops. So UTEM is one of the 4 technical public university under the government of Malaysia. When we say technical university, we are under MTUN. We call it MTUN, Malaysian Technical University Network. We are focused university, focusing on engineering, information technology, and technopreneurship. Quick facts about UTEM. We have about 2,000 plus staff, where 878 of them are academic staff. We have our staff about 300 plus with professional certificates. We have 10 faculties and institutes. We have 19 departments. We have 104 programs, 12 PhD programs, 39 masters, 48 bachelor, and 5 diploma. And currently we have 14,000 plus undergraduate students, and we are happy because we also have many international students, especially from Indonesia. And we have 1,000 plus postgraduate students. Interesting about our quality of students, 97.7% of graduate employability for last year. What this graduate employability means, after the students completed their studies, immediately or before 6 months of the completion of the study, they are already in a job. Right? So 97.7%, and in total we have 42,000 alumni. And we have many industrial engagement. And this is about QS World Ranking, and we're glad to inform that we now in the ranking. Previously we are not, but for these last 3 years we are in the QS World Ranking, and for year 2025 we are ranked in terms of university ranking in 1,200 and 1,400. So more things to be done to increase the rank, but we are happy we are in the list. And in terms of subject ranking, we are in 400 in the world. And for mechanical, aeronautical, and manufacturing, we are 400. For computer science and information system, 651 rank. And for electrical and electronic is 451 to 500. And for the Times Higher Education World University Ranking, it's quite similar to the QS. So we are in 1,000 plus and 800 in the world ranking. So that's quick information about UTEM. And now let's come back to the business. I'm going to share with all of you, with permission, on sustainable manufacturing for the renewable energy sector, a decision-making framework for locating the solar panel recycling center. So before I start, do you ever heard about solar panel? Do you have in your home or maybe in university or you saw it anywhere? Yes, right? So why do you think people install or commission this solar panel? Is it to preserve the roof? What's the function? It's an alternative electricity generation, right? Okay, so we are going to talk about that today. So let me start. At a global level, the demand for the solar panel is increasing year to year. And with the technology advancement, so it being installed at a large scale, especially in developed countries and developing countries as well. With energy sector experiencing robust growth driven by the declining cost and technological advancement and supportive government policies, in last 4 years, over 150 gigawatt direct current of solar capacity was added globally. And the projection is by next year, at a global level, by next year, it's estimated to reach 200 gigawatt annually. And the innovations such as high efficiency solar panel like perovskite and tandem cell, bifacial panels, and advanced sun trajectory system are enhancing the performance and affordability. So I would like to talk about Malaysia a bit because I'm from Malaysia and the research is also related to Malaysia. Malaysia is also one of the countries playing a significant role in Southeast Asia solar energy rise. The country is focusing on both large-scale solar farms and also distributed solar projects. These include residential and commercial rooftop installation. And there's many good policies by the Malaysian government and incentives from the Malaysian government, and these really promote and boost the customer to adopt this technology. So let's talk about the solar panel. We have three generation of solar panels. The most recent is the third generation, which is concentrator, photovoltaic, and emerging technologies. CPV solar panels, dye-sensitive solar panels, organic solar panels, and hybrid panels. But somehow, this third generation solar panels have not yet been commercialized at a large scale. But the first generation, which is crystalline silicon, or it can be found in monocrystalline or multicrystalline, is most widely used because of higher conversion efficiency even compared to the second generation. What is second generation solar panel? We call it thin film. Thin film contains the solar panel that made of very unique materials. They contain of rare earth metal and also precious metals like amorphous silicon, cadmium, telluride, copper, indium, gallium selenide, CIGS. But somehow the crystalline silicon got the higher conversion efficiency than this thin film. So this crystalline silicon accounted for about 90%, more than 90% of the global solar panel installation. So this is, in the table we can refer many studies that reported on how long this solar panel can work or can be in function. So some research say the solar panel can live or can work up to 20 years. Some research says 25 years. And some research says 30 years. So when we look at a range perspective, so the solar panel can be said able to work or able to function from until 20 to 30 years. So it's very long. It's a very long. So if you install a solar panel when you are age 20, so when you're 50 years old, only the panel may come to the end of life, right? Can you imagine that if you're 30 years old now, so when you become 60 years old, then you need to think about this end of life or how to manage the waste of this solar panel. So it's a long time being taken. And below the table, we can see the estimated cumulative worldwide solar panel waste that have been predicted by the researchers. We are now in year 2024, and we can see approximately below 1 million ton waste that being estimated. But if we project for 25 or 30 years, so until 2050, it is expected about almost 8 or more than 8 million ton of the solar panel waste globally going to be generated. So let's talk what actually in the material being used to make the solar panel. Okay, so we have certain components. If you refer to this to the table, okay, here. So we have aluminum, silicon, argentum, copper, glass, and plastic, based on the components. And the second generation solar panel, as we saw just now, they may have rare metals such as indium, gallium, germanium, tellurium, and others. But mostly such as like in the table here. So surprisingly, we have precious metal and valuable metal as well. Although the value is, the amount is small, but it has a significant value when we recycle them. Like aluminum, copper, and argentum. So what will happen after 30 years? This is some of the process. Let me go quickly. So we need to collect the solar panels. So what is the thing? The important information that we must have in order to collect the solar panels after 30 years? we must know where are those panels being installed. We should keep all of those information. Which location, what kind of the solar panel that being installed, right? So who kept all of this information? Usually now, if we want to install, we just ring or contact the contractor or the company, and then we have many companies, right? And then they're going to come and install. But we are really not sure. Will the company still sustain for 30 years? We're not sure, right? So who compile, who collect, who monitor all of those installations? We don't have special agency or government agencies who are looking on this because this is being privatized, right? So that's going to be the challenge, although the first step is to collect the solar panels. So we are already stuck in these 30 years where the panels are being installed. So from the first step, collection, we are in trouble if we don't have that database. And let's say we're done with it, so the collection, after that transportation. So how can we manage the transportation if we don't know the size of the panel, the weight of the panel, the amount of the panel? Okay, transportation, after that inspection and sorting. So we transport to the recycling center, right? Do we have the facility now that capable to recycle those panels? That's a big question marks again. So inspection and sorting going to take place at the recycling center. And after that, disassembly of the solar panels. They disassemble, they size it down, they disassemble, take the components out. Okay, so they may take, based on, we know this, been reported in the research, they have glass, aluminum frame, cable, silicon cell, plastic layers, and etc. Then the recycling process takes place, crushing, shredding, and they may have separation, and they may have chemical recycling that take place before refining and purification, and then you have recycled that, maybe some of it you can reuse, refurbish, or you recycle, and you turn it into new product, either same product, it can be solar panel for the new generation, or you use it in different products, or you make it different products. So this is basically the recycling techniques, which I don't want to go to detail, but this is the flow for recycling solar panels. And in this slide, it shows the research that being explored on solar panel recycling technology. Means that out there, researchers are continuously doing research in terms of technology to recycle. What are the good methods to recycle? What are the efficient methods to recycle the solar panels? So there's many researchers are doing this. And on the third column, we can see the current TRL level, technology readiness level. 9 is the top, the highest, means that is commercially available. Means that there is a company or agency with the matured recycling technology available outside there to collect and recycle the solar panels. So from the list, if we go through one by one, mostly are 6, 7, 7, 8. Only one on the last 4, First Solar, is a private company, international company. Only that company now currently reached TRL 9. On the 4 from the down. So First Solar operates commercial scale recycling facilities. Fortunately, we have it in Malaysia. They have the branch in Malaysia, First Solar, Germany, and also the United States. But of course, with limited capability, and they may give focus for their products, not simply take whatever solar panel they have to be recycled. Apart from this, all the other research are TRL. We have TRL 7 and 8, means that they are coming to 9, means that soon they are going to be ready for the recycling technology going to be ready. So we can hope with this kind of research in recycling technique and also technology, we can put a big hope in coming 3 to 5 years. We hope that many companies are ready to recycle, or at least they are ready with pilot project to recycle the solar panels. Means that the research on recycling technology is progressive and is good. So that's things that we should applaud. So now come to Malaysia. So this is some of the news, okay? Some of the news in the local newspaper. New solar farm to take closer to renewable targets. Epic enters Malaysian solar market with new 28 hectare farm in Terengganu and blah blah blah. So now the government is really boosting the land area to install the solar panel, and we also focusing on the lake, on the floating solar panels. So now they are boosting the installation with promotions and all the awareness. So things are really in a very good momentum. So what's the problem? So the rapid expansion of solar panel usage in Malaysia is driven by the government's target to achieve 31% of electricity from renewable sources by 2025. So the problem is the management of end-of-life solar panels in Malaysia is still in its infancy stages. It's not yet established. With some research focusing on recycling technology, as we saw just now, research on technology is there. But we can see no or limited research on recycling center location. What are the research out there to choose where the site, where's the suitable site for recycling center? There's no such research or limited research being reported on that. And actually, at both globally and specifically within Malaysia, and believe it is the same case for Indonesia. And what are the problems? Again, no openly available solar farm database, as I say. We don't have one agencies or organization that compile all the data. So it's going to be a problem to track, right? Hinders effort to identify the distribution of the solar panel. And the third one, there is a notable absence of studies that consider sustainable supply chain. When we talk about selection of location for recycling center, apart from that, in addition to that, there's no study that considers supply chain, sustainable supply chain in deciding that. And additionally, there is a pressing need for optimization studies aimed at enhancing solar panel recycling facilities in Malaysia. So those are the problem statement for this research. So the methodology, I go in brief. The methodology in this research that I'm going to share, I can say we are going to analyze large-scale solar, or we call it LSS, farms, and also non-LSS farm in Malaysia, and estimating the waste quantities based on the typical lifespan of solar panels. Because currently, if you Google where is the solar panels distribution location in Malaysia, if you Google, you couldn't get it, because no such studies. You may find some, but it's not comprehensive. And we are going to employ or use very famous and fundamental technique of center of gravity method to determine the optimal or the central location for processing waste. And after that, we are going to embed complexity theory with carbon footprint weighted sum method to come to the model to decide where the location for recycling center. And we also are going to evaluate the challenges within the waste collection supply chain by proposing several types or several locations. We call it geospatial clustering approach and supply chain complexity. And finally, we are going to suggest location based on optimization using K-means. So go quickly. So this is the supply chain complexity model. It was originated from complexity theory by Dahmus and Moteski. So this is how we can say you may have M1 until M5. We consider that the illustration, such as the different location that we have identified. So if, let's say we have 5 locations like this, so where is the center when we consider the weight or amount of waste in that farm? So we use the center of gravity method, and then we embed the complexity model. And this study was reported as well in wind turbine, using wind turbine in Sultan et al. 2018. And this is the model for carbon footprint, where when we identify the center of the location, we are going to calculate the distance, and then we are going to look how it impacts the carbon footprint. So how to do this? So we refer to this table. We refer to this table where we are going to identify the amount of waste, and then we are going to refer what kind of vehicle that's suitable, and then we are going to multiply with the distance in kilometers, and then we can get the carbon footprint calculation. From there, we are going to choose the lowest carbon footprint. Okay, so this is the table, which is a table of GHG emission and conversion factors per vehicle per ton by the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, United Kingdom. And additional information, so how we cluster or optimize based on using the k-means. Actually, we are going to convert the location. When we identify the location, we get the postcode, right? And then we change it to latitude and longitude. And then we do some calculation to transform them into Cartesian XYZ scale or coordinates. From there, we are going to run the simulation with certain condition until we get the ideal operating capacity and also location. We can use some softwares like MATLAB and other processing software as well. So we have some assumptions. We do have some assumptions when we carry out this research, such as solar. We assume that the solar panels that we have identified can be resized for more efficient transportation. If the solar panel size is too big, so we consider it can be sized down. We can cut them before we transport. So that's the first assumption. The second assumption, we assume that the waste that been collected can be completed in a single trip. Means that we assume that we have the transportation that can be transport in single trip. Means that you're not going to do 2 or 3 trips. So that's the second assumption. And the third assumption, transportation distances between recycling center that we are going to identify and the waste collection points are calculated based on the shortest feasible driving route. So we can check this using a simple Google Maps. We may found 3-4 routes, but we are going to choose the lowest distance. And the final key assumption, the proposed location for the recycling center is unrestricted by operational requirements. Means that the location that we have identified, we consider or we assume we can build a recycling center there. And sometimes, when we do this research, we find out the point or the location is far away on the reserve area, reserve forest, or in the middle of the ocean. So we do some adjustment to the closest area that's suitable for the operation. So that all are the key assumptions of this study. So shall we go to the results? Oh, you look scared? Okay. So now on the results. So in this research, we finally able to compile all the information about the solar panel that being that have been installed in Malaysia. We're referring to the National Electricity Center and also open search in the internet. We do some investigation and we compile all in together. Okay? So what we found that the first solar panel being installed at year 2007 in Malaysia. Okay? And up to this year, we found out there is a total 454 solar farms contributing 3,218 plus megawatt to the national grid, which this data we able to show today, which is you're not going to find it if you Google previously. Okay? And in the graph next to it is the proportion that being arranged based on the states in Malaysia, right? We have Selangor, Sabah. You may be familiar with some of the states. Selangor, Sabah, Perak, Kedah, Pulau Pinang, Johor. We have 14 states. So we can see which state have the highest solar farm in terms of number. And the cumulative is 454. So this is in more detail descriptive in a table. You can see the total number of farm reflective or according to the state with the total capacity of the solar panel. So we have about 454 and 3218.3 megawatt. From that data, we estimate when all of those identified solar panel will come to the end of life. Right? End of life can we assume with the good maintenance, then it's going to end of life about 25 to 30 years, right? So we took average 27 years in this study, and then we predicted the waste that going to be generated for Malaysia in this graph. So the first solar panel going to be expired in 2034 in Malaysia. So now we in 2024. So Malaysia has 10 years, right? Malaysia has 10 years to be ready to collect its first solar panel waste. And then we cumulatively look at this graph and we can predict up to year 2051 the total of the waste going to be more than 200, almost two, or we can say about 200,000 tons of the waste. So just imagine if we don't really plan. So in 30 years' time, what you are going to do with all of these 200,000 ton waste of solar panel. And we know that this solar panel also has been categorized or being classified as e-waste, electronic waste. Means that you cannot simply dump it into the landfill because it's going to harm the environment and people due to the complex material being used. So you should have a specific technology to disassemble and recycle. So we can predict by year 2051, we have about 200,000. In this graph, we can also consider some of the solar panel information in addition to 454 solar farm just now. So it's make it more than 200,000 tons. And then we use center of gravity modeling, means that we identify the location and then we try to model where the center of it based on the considering the amount of waste of each farm. So we try to do by region. Okay, so the first illustration there is for the northern region. So the red icon on the northern region showing the midpoint of the recycling center that being suggested at the northern region. Similarly, on the middle illustration or middle photo there, middle image, is for central region. And the third photo or the third image is for East Coast region. So the collection center suggestion varies. You know, it's different location for different region. What if for southern region? What if we look as a peninsular Malaysia? What's going to happen? So the suggestion of the center keep changing. So we do some study. We want to see what if for whole Malaysia, considering peninsular Malaysia and also Sabah and Sarawak, the whole Malaysia, if we do modeling, where the location? So in this slide, it shows that on the peninsular Malaysia. It's logic because most of the farms are on the peninsular Malaysia and some of it in the Sabah and the Borneo side. So it suggested if it's only one, it should be on the center there, somewhere in Pahang. Why Pahang? Pahang is a state, the largest state in Malaysia. So this is the idea that we get. But does it relevant to make only one center for throughout the country? Does it operationally sound good? How about the transportation from Borneo? You need to ship the waste. So it's going to take, maybe going to be more costly and then less sustainable because the carbon footprint is going to be high. And then we try to see year to year, if we see every year, does the center of gravity or the suggestion of the location change? So we try for 2034 to 2041. Actually, we do for every year, but I cannot put everything for single years in the slide. It's going to take a long time to show. So I make it into phase. So in these three phases, the first phase on 2034 to 2041, so the location on the first image on the top left. What if on the second phase, like year 2042 until 2046, does the center change? Yes. If you can see on the first image and the second image on the top there, the location changed from the center to a bit to the right. Okay, let's see on the final phase. On year 2047 to 2051, it changed again. So, what to do? You cannot keep changing your recycling center. You cannot build here in this year and then after 5 years you build another to a different location. Costly and the technology and huge cost and it's not operationally feasible, right? And now we come to add some additional assessment when we want to choose the location. Now we start to concern about the supply chain complexity. We want to embed. What if we include the calculation of carbon footprint, right? So we calculate the supply chain complexity based on the distance. So I can summarize here in this image from 2038 to 2051 based on the complexity of supply chain. We can see there's a 5 different location shift for 5 period. Okay, in the table you can see is from Slim River in the Perak for number 1 location, and the second at Pahang, the third in Terengganu, 4 in Pahang and 5 in Pahang, but different area. We can see how the supply chain complexity going to be used. Okay, so once we do the supply chain analysis, you can see in this slide, so the lower the complexity is better. Right? The lower the complexity, sustainability is better for our decision making. So from the first to the 5th case, we can see is fluctuate. Number 1 is low, but after years, on year 2044, 45, the complexity increased. And 2044 is increased again. but on 20, maybe 47 is a bit down before it's up again. So we can refer to this method and we may choose number 4 as a location because that have the lowest complexity in terms of supply chain for locating the recycling center. And now we come to proposing to the government. So the government can choose, maybe as a start, they also can, based on this table, there's a 3 option. There's a 3 option. So they can have one recycling center for the entire Malaysia, or the green shaded point on B, or they can have recycling or collection center in each state, 6 collection center at Malay based on region, and from this collection center they choose one recycling center. That's the proposal B. And the proposal C, or the third option, you have by Malaysian Peninsula, East Malaysia, and also means that one in Semenanjung in Peninsula Malaysia, one in Sabah, East Malaysia, and one in Sarawak. So we try to propose this, right? We try to propose and we got the location. We got the location. And we do the supply chain complexity assessment as similar to what we done before. And in this table, so we get that for option A means that there's only one recycling center for the whole Malaysia. The supply chain complexity is 2.42. But when on the second option, by region, the complexity reduced because we have clusters. We have 6 collection points, which is 1.11. And on our third option, which is you have one for Malaysia, one for Semenanjung, one for Peninsula, one for Sabah, and one for Sarawak, we got the lowest supply chain complexity index, which is 0.64. So based on this assessment, we can suggest to the government option C seems reasonable with the less of supply chain complexity, transportation, and also other factors. Again, okay, so this is the whole framework for that 3 option that we have developed. You have alternative A, recycling center, and then from all the farms, it goes to one recycling center. Or you have another option, B and also C just now. You have clusters and you have one in each region. But again, the question arises, okay, now you suggest based on region, or you suggest based on the segmentation of the geographical area. But how we want to know, without considering geographical boundaries, we want to know what's the optimized cluster that we should have. We don't want to do by state. We don't want to do by region. So now we come to another level of study where we don't care about region, but we care about the total distribution and how we can arrange them. This is on optimization study. So we do optimization study or clustering algorithm using k-means. Okay, we cluster them, we run them. But of course, when you want to run the simulation for algorithm, you should have some constraint. So we do some study, we identify some input data, such as the company or the processing center or the recycling center, they should have their limit, right? You cannot take all the waste and give it to them. We need to check the capacity. Are they capable to collect and recycle? So based on, we don't have yet. So based on the reported scientific study, we have identified that one recycling plant can impose or can process maximum of 20,000 tons annually. And they require minimum 300 tons annually in order the recycling process is worthwhile economically. So this is the constraint, mean that we set into the equation, we set into the program, okay, the simulation will cluster based on the nearest location, but if it's more than 20 tons, for each location it's going to stop and it's going to suggest another cluster. So from that we got this geocentric optimization. We got about 20 clusters if we disregard of the geographical segmentation. Means that maybe the state that close to the borders with different states, they can do it together. Okay, so this is on the left side is the Peninsular Malaysia, and on the right side is Sabah and Sarawak. So we need 20 clusters, 20 collection center or 20 recycling center, depends on the government how they want to do, but we able to suggest to the government based on their algorithm, this is the optimized location and also cluster that government may consider in order to come up with any policies or in preparing the establishment or the building of the recycling center. So as a conclusion, by 2051, over 200,000 tons of waste will accumulate, highlighting the urgent need for improved planning and infrastructure for waste processing centers, especially in Malaysia, as the first commercial panels will reach end of life in 2027. The gradual expansion of solar farms present challenges to identify optimal location, but we can handle both by the assessment, by expanding the waste volume, and we may need to adjust something when we want to decide. We have enriched this study not only by referring to the distance, not referring to the waste amount, but also embedding the carbon footprint and also supply chain complexity. And we cannot deny that factors such as panel size, design, technology, and material are crucial for developing efficient end-of-life options that prioritize reuse. Means that before you recycle, we don't want to demolish it yet. We want to reuse it if we're able. If not, we want to remanufacture and finally recycling. So the primary challenge is the strategic placement of the recycling centers, not the complexity of the materials. So at the end, I would like to drive or take you all together with me to see the future insights. Maybe for Indonesian solar farms, what are the planning? Because we can see the growth in Indonesia is not far different from what we have in Malaysia. Government initiative, Indonesia aims to add approximately 0.7 gigawatt of solar photovoltaic power plants annually to meet its renewable energy target. Means that Indonesia plans to achieve more than what Malaysia is aiming for. What it is 4.68 gigawatt of additional solar capacity by 2030. So Indonesia faces challenges such as regulatory hurdles, financing issues, and the need for infrastructure development to support large-scale solar projects. But despite the challenges, Indonesia has significant potential for solar energy due to its geographic location and higher solar irradiance. So in this table, we can see the comparison between Malaysia and Indonesia. You see in Malaysia, 4 gigawatt by 2030, but Indonesian projects more than what Malaysia projected in terms of installation, which is 4.68 gigawatt by 2030, right? So with all of these things, we believe this research also can be replicated. You can imitate the research for Indonesia as well, to come out to prepare the location of recycling center, because we know the recycling technology is progressing. We may have the technology ready in 5 years maybe, but we also need to plan the strategic management of it as well. Okay, so with that I have end, but before I end, because you know Malacca, I'm from Malacca, And then Malacca, usually we also have pantun. So let me end my session with pantun. Tenaga hijau, kunci lestari. Kitar semula panel, dijaga rapi. Bersama kita bina dunia harmoni, agar bumi kekal berseri. Satu lagi last. Ini kredit kepada kawan-kawan saya, Pak Fahrizal, dia ada bagi input sikit, dia kata ada kena minum air mahakam, datang balik sini. So the pantun is, air mahakam diminum sekali, pasti kembali di lain hari. Terima kasih atas jemputan yang diberi, harap diundang lagi di masa nanti. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Alamin. Okay, for next session, we will discuss the topic from two excellent keynote speaker. For first round, I think only 3 questions. Please raise your hand and then tell your name and where you come from. And the questions for who from the keynote speaker. Okay, from my right side, there is 2 questions. Can you go to...
So thanks for the time. First of all, maybe I should introduce myself. I am Ranaldi Bandonggala. I am from mining engineer, class of 2022. So I got 2 questions for first speaker. And my first question is, right now our province is Kalimantan, became the host of capital city of Indonesia. My question is that a good thing because we finally got the green capital city, or it's on the other side because mostly there's a chance this capital city will destroy our green city due to urbanization and it will cause flooding and landslide. And my question is also, as a Borneo people, should we agree with this new capital city or we should be on the opposite? And next, I have my second question. So maybe I should talking about my background first. I'm a person that moved from another city to East Kalimantan due to my college life. At that time, I realized I was kind of relate to this topic because after I moved there, I have a lot of new experience that I've never felt before. Like every time after rain, it's always flooding everywhere. And it make us didn't go to campus due to this flooding. Personally, I think it's because East Kalimantan having a lot of mining activity. But also I realized East Kalimantan couldn't just stop to do this mining activity because East Kalimantan having a big potential to build the economy with mining activity. But again, on the other side, this mining activity can cause all the problem like air pollution, water pollution, destroy our biodiversity, lack of water management. And as far I know, our campus, Mulawarman University, got a lot of help from mining company for like finance sector. So what we should do as a college student, mostly for me and my friend as a mining engineer student, maybe that's all. Thank you so much.
Pardon me, can you repeat your name?
I am Renaldi Bandonggala.
Okay, next question.
Baik, thanks for the time. my name is Afdal Jamil Tanjung. You can call me Jamil. I'm from mining engineering too, like my friend Ronaldi. And I have a question for the first speaker, Sir Nizam. So, we know that in Indonesia there is a lot of flood of water, especially in the East Kalimantan or the Samarinda. So, basic or according to Sir presentation just now, that saying a lot of innovation of how to manage the water or like flood. So, what's the best implementation of the innovation and technology to reduce the flood in Samarinda especially? That's the first question for the first speaker. And then for the second speaker, Sir Sultan, I have a lot of question, but I may be going to give some question. We know that in Malaysia back then, still using the past or the fossil energy, but now Malaysia is substitute or change their power energy to be a source of energy, that solar system. So how do Malaysia change the energy of the fossil to be a solar system? And the second question, we know that end of life of solar system is no longer. So is there any idea of Malaysia to solve this problem or this case, that to make this energy or solar system can be sustained until the time that we want? And the third question, that you already say that if we Google, we going to know that there is not in Google the company to make this solar system. But how do Malaysia can be using the solar system if there is no company in their country as well? So who is the backstage of to run this system or this solar system? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At the center.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. My name is Azal, and I'm from Architecture Study Program year 24. And I do have some question for the second speaker. As you explained before, there's 3 generations of solar panels that we have right now. There is crystalline silicon, thin film, and concentrator photovoltaic and emerging technologies. And my question is, why does the first generation still have the highest conversion efficiency compared to the newer generation? Aren't the newest generation supposed to be best? Aren't the newest generation supposed to be the best in the field? Maybe that's all my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there is a 3 question for Prof. Nizam and Dr. Alamin. The first question from Renaldi from mining engineering. He asked about, should we agree with IKN or not? I think agree with, not agree, it's already be a regulation. And then the next question is about flooding issues. It's also the same with the second question from Jamil. He also asked about solution for flood. And then for Dr. Alamin, Jamil asked about how Malaysia government strategy to substitute fossil energy with solar or other renewable energy, and then how to solve about sustainable in using solar energy. And he also mentioned about there is no company in Malaysia that produces a solar panel. And the last question from student from architecture, or Mr. Alamin too, why the first generation still use comparing with the other generation? Maybe the first question for Mr. Professor Nijam first.
Thank you. Terima kasih. I'm very proud that the questions come from students. That shows that you are care about the environment and you are care about the future of East Kalimantan and Indonesia and globally, of course. First from Renaldi, if we look at the moving the Indonesian capital, it is an inevitable move, I think, because the development of Indonesia and the development of the nations globally to sustain, we need to have another center of gravity for development. So that is to start with. And if we look at the locations of East Kalimantan, it's exactly in the middle of Indonesia, between Sabang to Merauke. And it is also facing the Alki-2 or the Makassar Strait, which is the future of sea transportations. And thirdly, strategically, the locations of the Nusantara will make the gravity of the national development become more even between the East and the West. So that is from strategic point of view. So what we should do is to make sure that the development of the new capital will not just another mistakes that we make in developing new capitals. It's not only Indonesia has developed new capitals. Many countries has done so. Like Malaysia also have Putrajaya. Australia has Canberra. So many countries already moved their capital for one and other reasons. So what we need to do is to make sure that the development of the new capital is really developing a sustainable city and doesn't impact negatively to the regions. What we need to make sure is that this moving the new capital to Nusantara will create a better development in the regions. So that is something that is very important, and we must do our best in making sure that this development will be a sustainable development, will be greener city, will impact positively to the region rather than impact negatively. So that's why I always fit to Bapenas, for instance, to look at the Nusantara development as regional development, like triangle of development between the Nusantara, Balikpapan, Samarinda, and surrounding cities. So to make this in context, not just as a spot of development, but as a regional development. So not just the Nusantara that grows well, but also the regions also grows accordingly. And making sure that all are based on sustainable cities and sustainable development. And secondly, to Renaldi's questions about mining. Yeah, we know the concept, you're coming from mining department, the concept of responsible mining. This is very important to make sure that responsible mining is conducted by all miners, by all companies that do mining in the regions, not just in Kalimantan, but in any place. Responsible mining is basically we're extracting the mine, but keeping the ecosystem surface of the mining area intact, or at least not deteriorated after the mining has finished. And during the operation of the mining, the company has to make sure that it will not lower the quality of the ecosystem, not lower the quality of life of the people affected by this mining practice. So this responsible mining not only making profit from taking the resources, the mine, but also responsible for those that is impacted by the mining itself, mining operations. People living in the areas, people living in the downstreams of the mining development, and also the ecosystem in the mining regions. I remember a couple of years back, I visited Germany in the context of collaborations between my faculty with the German universities. We go into many of the mining areas in Germany. Germany is grows due to mining in the beginning. How they put responsible mining in place, and how they make sure that the reclamations after the mining finish is really very well monitored and executed. So this practice, I mean, we need to also do in Indonesia, making sure that during the operations, the environmental stewardships is there, and the engagement of the community is also fully engaged in safeguarding stewardships of the environment, and also the health and safety of workers as well as the community should be improved. And finally, also ethical business has to be well safeguarded. And for that, technological innovations and stewardships from universities is very important. Our students, lecturers, professors, research at university can provide technology and innovations to make sure that the mining practice is conducted responsibly. And for the pollution preventions, both water, land, air pollutions need to be, well, we know AMDAL, the environmental impact assessment before any project is executed. Our responsibility or our duty is to make sure that those AMDAL that has been proven by, has been approved by the KLH, by the Dinas Lingkungan Hidup, is really enacted, is really executed, not just as a document, but as a practice. So we have to make sure that all the plan to steward the environment is really there in place. So that is our duty and part of our responsibility to make sure that the pollutions can be prevented and the practice is in line with the environmental conservations. I think I answered all the questions. Is there anything left?
Okay, thank you for Prinjam. Next,
okay, thank you.
Dr. Al-Amin.
First of all, thank you very much for raising such a good questions. So the first question is about how the transformation, I believe, please correct if I got the questions wrong. So the first question is about how Malaysian government promotes or motivates the people to convert from the traditional use of electricity to solar. Is that right? Yes. So basically in Malaysia, actually the electricity use is still the majority, right? But people now shifting to renewable energies, and solar is become the first option, right, compared to the electricity. So 10 years ago, I believe, there is a scheme from the government. If you install solar panel, of course, it's reduce your electricity bill. Let's say monthly, the cost for electricity bill is 500 Malaysian ringgit. We do comparative study. If your bill is less than 400, then it's not worthwhile. like you are paying more for the solar. But if you are using, and then the monthly payment is more than 500 Malaysian ringgit or 400 Malaysian ringgit, more than that every month, then it's worth to install solar panels. Right? So the government, we have our national energy, what do you call it here? The electricity supply organization. We call it TNB, Tenaga Nasional Berhad, previously known as Lembaga Elektrik Nasional. Right? So what they offer, when the people install solar panel, okay, let's say you pay the same amount of your electricity bill, right? Let's say 500, then you pay 500 the same, but for installing the solar panel. So maybe you need to pay for maybe 5 years. Then after that, electricity that generated, you're going to use solar panel, and it's just going to cost you like 50 ringgit. You see the transformation. You pay 500, but now it's only 50 Malaysian ringgit. And if the electricity generation is more, like you use less, but at the end of the month, you have more electricity generated being stored in the battery, the TNB or the Electric National Malaysia organization will buy from you. So you're making profit. Right? You're making profit. So you use, let's say you use, and that month, you no need to pay because you generated more than what you pay. So the extra, you sell it back to the government. So instead of you pay every month, you get money. You're profitable. So this really boosts people. But just imagine 10 years back or 7 years back, people not really have that awareness, but many installed. And after that, many peoples, many organizations, household installed that. And now, government stopped that. You know, because many people installed. So now, if the extra electricity being generated, the government not going to pay anymore. But who registered earlier, the contract still there. So government just still pay the earlier generation who installed. So who installed 10 years ago or 5 years ago, they're still going to make profit until the contract ends. But for new users, there's no more. So I believe that also somehow motivates. And when people see, instead of paying 500, you are just paying 50. It's a huge decrement in your utility bill. So this, I think, make the people tends to plan and install the solar panel. Right? So, and I believe they have many promotion as well. And we have many companies. So this is related to the second, another question. If there is no company, how Malaysia installs solar panel? That's the question as well, right? Is that correct? Yes. So basically what I'm saying is not we don't have company. I'm saying there is no organization that track or compile all the data independently. So the company install, they have their customers' information. Let's say company A, they have their client's information, and then client B, they have their client's information, and maybe the company C, they have the solar panels that they install in solar farms. But this information is not being integrated. If we want to do some study, how many solar panels we have, so the company keep it for themselves, but it's not publicly available. That's what I said. If you Google, you cannot have the overall data. So that's what I meant actually. Okay. So hope I have answered that two questions. And another question: how to make the end of life panel to sustainable? So in Malaysia, we have one company, as I shared in the presentation, First Solar. United States company, and also have the branch in Germany, and they open up the branches in Malaysia. But they are recycling dia panels, right? They are dia panels. So to address your question, basically we still at very early stage. We don't have established commercially available recycling center for the solar panel. But if you ask how we can make it sustainable, I believe the solar panel, once installed, they have their predictive maintenance schedule. So we need to really care, because people usually, when you install, like you bought a car, so you have your monthly maintenance that you need to do. You have the schedule, you know what component you may change, what oil you need to change, and what kind of service you need to do. Similarly, we need to take care of the panels. If they have maintenance, then we need to do. If there is a repair, if there is broken parts or any damage, we need to repair. So by doing that, you can extend the life of the solar panels. I think by doing maintenance or reuse, it can extend the solar panel life, which is the important component in the circular economy as well, before we think about recycling. But based on our study, or based on many studies, it shows that it's going to take about 30 years before you can, before the need for recycling, right? So I believe the solar panel by itself is already sustainable, because it can long last for 30 years, but I believe you can make it a reality by doing better maintenance. And last question by the lady just now. There is a 3 generation of solar panels. Why the first still the best, right? So basically, the generation of the different generation, we want to show that the evolution in terms of design and manufacturing means that they keep improving. But most of them, like the third one, is still not yet even in the market. Means that they are there, but the research is still going on. And why the first one is still being the preference? Because it is really established and it's silicon based. Means that because it's established silicon based, I can say it's less harmful when it's end of life compared to the second generation, because they have the metals, they have the harmful metals in it, right? So I believe the research is progressing, and the research also suggests that in coming futures, the second generation, the third generation are going to increase in terms of use, right? Maybe one time they're going to overtake the first generation, but for the time being, the first generation still conquer the market. Okay, that's all. If I'm asked your question, thank you. But if you think you need more clarification, you can ask. Thank you.
Okay. If you still have any question, you can email the keynote speaker, I think. And we already passed about 25 minutes from the schedule. I should end this panel. Once again, thank you from Prof. Nijam and Dr. Al-Amin. And I give back this session to Miss Lucy.
Let us give applause to the keynote speaker presentation today. Thank you for the keynote speaker and moderator. You are welcome to back to the seat. And the next session is handling over plaques to the moderator. That will be presented by the chairman of the 7th Ictrops, Insinyur Nur Arsriatul Khalifah SRs, Master of Science. Please welcome to the stage. are we going to spinning now? Please be patient. Okay, please wait for a moment for the spinning slide. Okay, it's already start. It's already starting right now. Yeah, please start the spinning right now. Stop. Okay, Dimas Wijaya Mulyanto. Is there any Dimas Wijaya here? No? Okay. Are you agree to respin? Okay, it's unfortunate. Please start it now again, the spin. Stop. Who is the luckiest one? Gea Novtri. Is there anyone here? Name Gea? No? Okay, start over. Please start the spinning. Okay, we will do faster. F. Agung Setiawan L. Anyone name? Okay, respin again. Start, please. We will take 6% for the door prize, and the 3% that already asked will already get the door prize automatically. Okay, start. Stop. Who is the luckiest one? Alfian. Who is Alfian? Is he here? Here? No? No one? Okay, that's too bad. Okay, please help me to restart the spinning again. Alfian? Alfian or no? Are you sure? Okay, come forward. Okay, stop. Joshua Dolok Saribu. Anyone name? No? Okay, please spin again. Start. Stop. Rangga. Faiz Ananta. Anyone name Rangga? No? Okay, restart again. Start. Please restart the spinning. Please start. Start. Stop. Stop. Ready to time. Adeline. No? There is no Inge? Okay, please restart again. Start the spinning. Restart the spinning. Start. Stop. Stop. Indah Widiawati. Anyone? Name? Okay, restart again. Let's do it quickly. Faster, faster. Start. Stop. Stop. The three person that ask the questions and one person will get your door prize. Please come forward. Please do it faster. Yeah, come. And then the chairman of Ictrops will handle the merchandise. After 1 hour, so we can continue with the 3 and 4 keynote speaker session. Thank you. Test, test. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please excuse me for all of the participants. Due to the tight schedule between Mulawarman University and King Mongkut's University of Technology Thornbury, please allow us to start the next session. And while all the participants are welcome to continue the lunch. Okay, we will welcome the next moderator, Insinyur Julie Nurdiana, ST, Master of Science. She is the lecturer of Environmental Engineering from Mulawarman University. She has a marvelous educational background while she started her background from the bachelor degree Industrial Engineering 10 November Institute of Technology Indonesia, and then she gained her master degree from Environmental and Energy Management from University of Twente, the Netherlands, in 2014. She also gained the second master degree from Sustainable Management, Curtin University, Australia, on 2016. And right now, she is the PhD candidate at Department of Governance and Technology for Sustainability, Faculty of Behavioral Management and Social Science, University of Twente, the Netherlands. Please welcome Insinyur Julie Nurdiana, ST, Master of Science. The session is yours.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor to be here today. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. All praise to Allah, by whose grace and blessing we are all gathered today to confer and hopefully to plot a course for multidisciplinary trends in technology, innovation, and sustainability. Prayer and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad, his family, and all of his companions. The honorable keynote speaker, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apologize, I need to check my note. Okay, special greeting for Associate Professor Sutide Pliankarom Tanasupin. Hopefully I'm not mistaken spelling your name. Apologize if I did. And thank you for being here. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to afternoon session. We shall have two outstanding talk from our keynote speaker and then followed by the parallel sessions. My name is Julie Nordiana. I'm from Faculty of Engineering, Engineering Program Study, and serving as your moderator today. Without further ado, may I briefly introduce you to Dr. Associate Professor Sutide. Is that the correct name? Okay, thank you. Her education is from Environmental Health Science, Faculty of Public Health, Mahidol University, and she gained her Master Engineering in Water and Wastewater Engineering from School of Environment Research and Development, Asian Institute of Technology, and also gained her PhD in environmental engineering from School of Chemical Engineering and Mining Engineering, the University of Nottingham, UK. She has a lot of working experience and professional certificate, which I could not name one by one. But without further ado, I think without further ado, I think we can go to her presentation from this afternoon. Associate Professor Sutida, please, the floor is yours.
Can you
hear
my
perhaps
can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Would you mind a bit louder?
Louder.
Yes, louder.
Okay. Now is it okay?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Okay. Let me share my slide. Yes. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, professor, faculty members, and all participants. First, I would like to thank the Faculty of Engineering for having me join this international conference on tropical studies and its application. It is my great honor to be here today to share with you a subject on sustainable environment and the green chemistry. Sorry. As we all know, sustainability is no longer a choice. It is necessity. The choice we make today will define the world we live for the future generation. And at the intersection between chemistry and sustainability lies the prevailing approaches for the green chemistry. Here, I have divided my presentation into four main parts, starting with the UN Sustainable Development Goal, SDG, follow with the green chemistry concept, and I will share some of my research work and the conclusion part. Let's start with the first session, the SDG and sustainable environment. As we all perceive that we live in an era of significant environmental challenges like climate change, resource depletion, and pollution, which are no longer distant threats, but now realities. However, we also live in an era and of the age of incredible opportunities. If we adopt sustainable approaches, we can transform these challenges into innovations that promote both environmental and economic well-being. And one of the most critical frameworks that guide us this global transformation is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. The SDG are interconnected and address social, economic, and environmental sustainability, which aim to create a better, more sustainable future. These are the 17 goals set by the UN in 2015 as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So we aim to that year, okay, of achievement. As you can see, of the 17 goals, each target has specific indicator which I'm not presenting here, okay? So this specific indicator making 231 unique indicators for tracking and reporting global progress on this target. So this indicator will help each country to provide measurable outcomes for monitoring improvement in areas like health, education, equality, and environmental sustainability. Let's talk about the sustainable environment. This refers to the broad aspect or the broad concept of supporting green production and efficient resource utilization to prevent negative impact on future generations. It emphasizes the responsible use of national resources and at the same time minimizing environmental impacts and ensuring that ecosystems are regenerate and maintain their balance. So here are the key aspects of achieving sustainable environment, which include resource efficiency, conservation of biodiversity, renewable energy, pollution prevention, sustain and circular economy. This slide will show sustainable environment and the SDG and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, also life below water and life on land, and global partnership. Simply speaking, a sustainable environment strengthens many SDG goals by maintaining healthy ecosystems that provide clean air, clean water, clean food, resource essential for livelihood and human well-being. Now, I would like to explore how green chemistry is closely aligned with and essential to achieving SDG. This slide shows all the 12 principles of the green chemistry that proposed by Professor Anastar and Warner since 1998. Green chemistry, also known as sustainable chemistry, it is the design of chemical products and processes that minimize and eliminate the use and generation
I think we have a little bit issue in connection. Associate Professor, okay. So far, Associate Professor, can you hear me?
right now,
Okay.
but I forgot where I stopped because of the
It's okay.
connection.
You may continue, please.
Okay. Let's start with the I start with this, okay? I mentioned about the 12 principles that guide us, guide the chemists or all the scientists, how to design and develop a safer and a more efficient and chemical processes. These principles align closely with the SDG because green chemistry aims to reduce waste and encourage us to use safer chemicals and renewable resources or biomass as the raw material.
Yes, thank you.
Okay? And
Apologize. Would you mind to share screen?
oh, sorry.
Yes, your presentation. Apologize.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Share. I have to go back to the main.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So green chemistry aims to reduce waste and encourage the use of safer chemical and renewable resources or biomass as the raw materials, as well as to increase energy efficiency in our process, okay? And to promote biodegradability and to ensure that our byproduct or unwanted byproduct or unwanted product do not persist in the environment. So we have to consider not just only produce a good product for the consumer, but we have to think of the at the period after the end of their life, after uses. So it's become discarded or unwanted. So we have to think about that cycle. So let's take a closer look at how green chemistry can directly contribute to specific SDG. For clean water and sanitation, as we all know, pollution from industrial waste and emerging harmful substances are among the biggest global threats to water quality deterioration. Green chemistry can help reduce by developing environmental friendly or environmental benign alternatives to harmful chemicals. For affordable and clean energy, green chemistry innovation are crucial to developing cleaner energy technology, like fuel cell, biofuel cells, or other green energy. For responsible consumption and production, green chemistry is the foundation in this to meet this goal. From reducing hazardous waste in the chemical processes to designing recyclable or biodegradable products. Green chemistry also helps industries to meet sustainability targets and reduce their environmental footprints. For climate action, green chemistry is involved in innovating carbon capture technologies that convert carbon dioxide into useful product and efficient and energy efficient processes that can significantly reduce greenhouse gas emission, which contributing to climate resilience. For life below water and life on land, through green chemistry, we can develop biodegradable and environmentally friendly products and chemical substances that, when broken down, they are not persistent and safe for human health and ecological system. Now, let's consider one of the key partners or key players in this strategic drive, the scientists, chemists. Chemists play a critical in supporting the UN SDG by contributing to multiple areas such as clean energy, clean water, sustainable production, and responsible consumption. Also, their expertise is essential for creating solutions to address global challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, and environmental degradation. There are some reasons why chemists must deploy these principles. Implementing green chemistry can significantly support the realization of the SDGs by fostering innovations that reduce environmental impacts, conserve resources, and improve human health and well-being. Deploying and practicing this principle is not just a scientific imperative, but also moral responsibility to ensure sustainable development. Now, I'm going to share with you some of my research work. Okay. So, first, this is the kinetic study using linear regression analysis for absorption phenomenon of 17 alpha methyl testosterone or MT by aquatic plant Savania cuculata in an active plant reactor. MT is a synthetic androgenic hormone used for sex reversal in fish production. In this project, I experienced working with Ajahn Adnan several years ago, and now he is a lecturer at Mulawaman University. This project supports several SDGs. The study focused on the removal of a synthetic hormone MT from water using a plant-based reactor, addressing water quality and pollution, which align with the SDG target by improving water quality, by reducing pollution and increasing safer wastewater treatment. Phytoremediation is a sustainable and a low-cost method to remove contaminants that are fitted with the SDG target by deploying a sustainable engineered wastewater treatment process and environmentally sound management of the chemicals. The study helped to protect aquatic system and protect the aquatic ecosystem from hazardous substances by removing endocrine disrupting substances from aquatic environment. Considering the green chemistry, the research inherited several principles. For example, it aims to prevent environmental pollution by removing the endocrine disrupting compound MT before they can cause any negative impact on the ecosystem. The study indirectly supports the prevention principle by emphasizing the treatment of endocrine disrupting substances by using Salvinia pupillata and its root system as a natural and renewable resources for remediation. This phytoremediation process can effectively promote the breakdown of MT into non-toxic metabolite, which can reduce potential long-term environmental impact. Another example is the ecological risk of 17-alpha-methyltestosterone MT contaminated water discharged from a full water recirculating masculinization pond. In this project, I had a chance to work with 2 Cambodian researchers. This study can be an example of how the researcher contribute to reducing the environmental and ecological risks associated with MT in aquaculture, supporting both sustainable development and green chemistry practices. This research examined the risks associated with MT contamination, aiming to prevent pollution in aquatic environment by emphasizing an early intervention. We also suggested that alternative to hazardous substance like MT should be required in aquaculture practices to minimize ecological risk. Our finding also suggested the possibility of the transformation of MT into potentially toxic metabolite. It emphasized the need for further bioremediation process to break down these compounds and reduce their environmental persistence. Even if the masculinization pond are operated in a so-called closed system, the potential for overflow and contamination of nearby water bodies during wet seasons highlight the need for safer chemical management and containment in aquaculture system. Another example is the recovery of collagen and gelatin from fish waste with carbon dioxide as a green solvent and optimization and characterization. The process, the research aim to valorize fish, which is renewable and often discarded material, to a high-value product of collagen and gelatin, making it a way to support sustainable aquaculture production. The gelatin and collagen produced are biodegradable and can be further used in various applications such as water purification for heavy metal removal and developing biomaterials. Here is another case of valorizing coffee silver skin to potentially high value product using subcritical water. Coffee silver skin is a byproduct from coffee roasting company. The outcome of this study align with several green chemistry principles that contribute to achieving sustainable development. The research support innovation target by finding new ways to utilize waste material from coffee industry, leading to development of sustainable industrial processes. Also, the valorization of coffee silver skin into valuable bioactive compounds promote the efficient use of resource, effective waste reduction, and the use of subcritical water extraction can minimize carbon footprint and the environmental impact associated with the final waste disposal. And moving to the conclusion parts, while green chemistry provides the scientific tools needed to meet the SDG, achieving sustainability at scale requires collaborative effort. Government, industries, and academic institutes must work together to drive and encourage the implementation of a greener technology. As we know that as we move forward, it is clear that green chemistry is not just a scientific discipline, but a vital part of our collective response to global sustainability challenges. It provides us to meet the SDG while fostering the innovation that benefit the environment, economy, and society. From cleaner energy to less toxic material, from reducing pollution to conserving natural resources. Green chemistry is helping to build the sustainable future that the SDG envision. However, realizing this vision will require ongoing commitment from all of us, the scientists, professors, businesses, policymakers, and citizens alike. Together, we can make the SDG a reality, ensuring a healthier and more sustainable environment for future generations. Green chemistry offers us a clear and practical pathway to achieving the sustainable development goals by aligning our scientific endeavor in the principle with the principle of sustainability. We not only reduce our environmental impact, but create a new opportunity for growth and well-being. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Sudita, for interesting talk. What she just addressed in and her talk today is about tropical study and its applications, and she tried to connected 17 goals of SDGs and also sustainable environment and translation of SDGs to green chemistry. And then she continued to case study how to the implementation of green chemistry by using, one of them is sulfine cucullata, using as plant-based reactor for remediations. And also another case example is transformation of empty hazardous substance, and also using subcritical water extraction as solvents. So all of them using as a study case how to applied green chemistry and the connection of them to sustainable development. Hope I'm not mistaken in summarize your talk this afternoon. Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Sudita, but hopefully you can stay in this room because at the end we will give room for question and answer for both of you and also Assistant Professor Dr. Maria Laura Franco. She already here in this room today. Hello, Laura.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. We can hear you well.
Great. Excellent. Happy to hear that.
May I introduce a short bit about Assistant Professor Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia. Apologize for my misspell Laura. Thank you for being here. Hopefully it's not too windy in SKD now. It's nice.
Well,
weather.
it is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, a bit cold.
Thank you. Okay. First of all, I would like to welcome you to afternoon sessions. You already meet Associate Professor Sudita. She talked about green chemistry and the connection with sustainable development goals. And also, we will continue with your talk. Please, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, second keynote speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia. She worked at University of Twente, the Netherlands, and she is Assistant Professor in Sustainability Management Strategies, and also board member of Greening of Industry Network. Her work and research, yes, at the background, indeed. Thank you. Her work and research specialize on environmental management systems, circular economy at meso and macro level, and also highly associated to corporate social responsibility. And today she will share with us deeply about the circular economy. Please welcome Dr. Maria Laura Franco Garcia. Laura, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Julie. Let me start by saying that it's a pleasure to be with you by online means. I'm happy that we have the technology developments to do this from distance. I would have loved to be with you physically in person, but we need to do it in this way. In any case, as Julie mentioned, I have been working on these topics, particularly one on circular economy. And the presentation I have for today is basically a combination of two works, one done by one of my very bright master students. We published together the work, and I will give like a general overview about the topic of circular cities, which I thought that can fit into the main theme of this conference. And the second part would be the work we have. We are still working in collaboration with Julie Nurdiana, the chairperson. And I'm delighted to be able to share this information with you. I hope I can manage with the time. So I got about 30 minutes, so I will do my best. So let's start. I will share my screen. Let me know if you can see it. I will do that now. Give me a second. Right. Share screen. There you go. Okay.
Yes.
You can see my screen. I will put it on presentation mode. I don't know what is that you are seeing. The two images, the only one.
Yes.
Okay, let me shift. Let me shift. the slides here, but I cannot move this one. That is see on slides. No, sorry for that. That's the thing when you have two screens. Okay, I will need to shift. Just give me a second. Drop. Yeah. What about now?
Not yet. Please click
Not
the display
yet.
setting, Laura. There
Oh,
is a
yes.
direct message.
Right. Okay. Just give me a sec. Share screen. What about now?
Still both sides.
Same problem?
Not a problem, but there is two sides, left and right.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, just give me a second. I will need to
It's okay.
do the trick here. That I don't duplicate the display. I just have one. There you go. Keep changes. All right, so I will share my screen. That's okay. Otherwise, I need to disconnect the second screen, I think. Strange. Are you still there? Julie? Julie?
Yes. There is a direct message in chat, Laura.
Please begin to share your screen.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. Just give me a second. Okay. Let's see how it goes now. What can you see now? That's well, if it's not working, I will use this display because it's a bit tricky.
Yes, this one.
What about now?
Yes, we can see it.
The full screen, right?
Indeed, but I think we can see it. It's okay. What do you think?
But you don't have the big screen, the full screen there.
Yes, we have a big screen here. I think the audience can see it.
All right. So, but you don't have the two screens. It's the full one.
Yes, we still have two sides, left and right. But I think it still works. I mean, the audience here can see the presentations. The line is also okay.
Right.
But if you want, you can try once
but
more.
It's less pretty, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There is a display setting on top of the. Yes.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is? That when you have the Zoom menu and it's overlapping the menu of PowerPoint.
Okay.
So I cannot select, I cannot go to that part because of the menu of Zoom. So, you know, I will just skip this one. I will use this one. I think it's best without animations. Okay?
Yes.
So, you can see this screen.
Yes, indeed.
So I think it's much better. let's do this. All right. So I was saying that this is a presentation that compiles the work of 2 articles. One of them was written by one of my master's students, Carol Mungo, and myself. And in this paper, we analyze basically what practices in relation to circular economy could have some beneficial effects in the mitigation of climate change. So we did this by using 5 cities, and there were small and medium-sized cities. So I will start by, and that's unfortunate because you cannot see the animations, but doesn't matter. By introducing the relevance of this topic, why is that we decided to work with cities? And basically it's because they contribute importantly to the GDP of any country, right? So 80% of that. Also, they require quite an important amount of natural resources for the consumption and production system, so more than 70%. And at the same time, there is a problem of waste generation that is really created in these places, in cities. And the greenhouse emissions are account by 70% about that. But what is also relevant to mention here is that even though there are, big contributors to the environmental problems, let's say, they also have condensated in small areas, a small earth surface, so only 2% of the total. So, and why small cities? Well, simply because we know that these small and medium cities have a high potential to become big cities, large cities. All this information came from the United Nations Habitat in 2013 reference. So that's the message, that we need to do something at this level of, well, in this size of cities, small, medium-sized cities. And the next question is, why is that we needed to do in the Netherlands? So we, it is important to mention that the country is very urbanized. It's true that the agricultural activities are very relevant for the Dutch economy, but at the same time, there are many, it's very, very urbanized. And in the way this is organized is in a polycentric structure, namely that you might have one downtown, not only one downtown, but several centers, let's say, where people can gather and socialize, push us their groceries, etc. It presents air pollution, waste management and competition risk or issues. And the other aspect that made us look at the Dutch situation was that there is a high rate of recycling waste, and that might be an enabler for circularity, for circular economy practices. So we started with the question, what are the crucial success factors for circular Dutch small, medium cities in relation to climate change mitigation strategies? And to answer that question, we went through these standard, steps to discuss how to go about this question. So we obviously started with a literature review. In that one, we look at what was available. So we noticed that circular economy indeed has taken an important role in the discussions to transit towards more sustainable practices. And then we dig into the concept and we notice that it calls this circularity or circular economy model calls for system thinking, namely that we should look at how products are produced from their, beginning, from the beginnings of, from the type of virgin materials, resources that are required in manufacturing phases, that we can probably try to substitute some of them to reduce the use of virgin materials and substitute them by some good, recycled resources, second-hand materials, let's call them in that way, that could contribute, to keep these stocks of virgin materials for longer, and at the same time try to extend the value of these materials along their lifespan. So that was the intention, and we look at some other references, like you can see Lansing hierarchy from Lansing ad in 1979. So this is quite, I would say, old reference, but it has been, the baseline of many of these initiatives that we frame on the circular economy topic. But there are other good examples in the 90s where there were several policies, Dutch policies, to prevent the generation of waste, or try to recover the value of some of them. And there was a list of 30 priority waste streams that could still be, recovered and reused. There were other interesting frameworks, like the one of eco-design from Mr. Bressett, that worked really into the very first phase of the development of any product, basically in the design phase. But there were like cradle to cradle concept framework by Bernhard McDonough, who said that we shouldn't look at materials as waste. We should try to keep their value as long as possible. They have nutrients that can, be valorized and used to create new products, or simply keep the products that we already have for longer time. So there were many initiatives, all related to some extent resource management and how this can be more efficient. So you can see in the right hand some of these models in a more illustrative way. I think when we talk about circular economy, it's fair to mention that Ellen MacArthur Foundation has been a very important reference point for those that want to study this topic. And you can see here the famous butterfly, where you have two types of materials, one that is more technical ones, and the other is organic, more organic type, so that they have different ways to revalorize, to reintegrate some parts of the products that can, expand in a way the lifespan of those resources. I won't go too much in depth into this, but it's a very important reference for the people studying circular economy. And when you translate this into a more regional level, like in cities, so because the focus of the butterfly here is, I would say, at more production level, but you can also use some of those principles into the regional context, and that is here more or less represented, so that normally you can see in the top figure how normally it looks like you get a large number of resources coming in to the city, and that the way they go out is basically in the form of waste, and they are managed and treated in that way. But if we can implement more of these circularity principles, then we can try to keep their value within the same region and create other type of opportunities. So that's the theoretical framework for this discussion. So there is this article written by Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and they basically stress on the opportunities that we can observe in cities, especially in sectors like the building sector, energy systems, the urban bioeconomy systems, urban mobility systems, and of course the production systems. The advantage of having them relatively close to each other might enhance opportunity to have some circularity practices, because at the end of the day, what circular economy calls for is interaction, for collaboration, for relationships that can establish new business models. So that's how normally is implemented. But we also want to see how that this is connected to the climate change policies. And looking at climate change opportunities, we know that there are two important trends. One is for mitigating climate change, and the other is for adapting to climate change. So just focus on the mitigation options. We can see that the focus of climate change mitigation is low energy consumption, low carbon trends, and also climate neutral cities. These scholars mentioned that we can find more ways to connect with climate change practices, just looking at how we in cities deal with energy supply management, transportation supply demand, waste management, and the land use planning. So those are like key areas where we can connect with the climate change mitigation, and that here is where we try to combine to create the nexus between these two theoretical frameworks. So what can be organized from the circular economy in relation to climate change mitigation, in particular in these small and medium-sized Dutch cities. And we found some articles that already try to analyze this nexus. And then we look at mainly from the private sector perspective, how they can, enable the conditions to have circularity practices that at the same time are creating some of improving the climate change mitigation conditions. So, and for that, we look at from both angles as well. So the urban mining, and we look at a technical and biological type of nutrients that enter to the city boundaries. And we also realized that this could create some closing resource loops to minimize the waste that is generated. So instead of generating waste, we can valorize some of these material streams that can be reintegrated to some of the production existing systems, or maybe create other type of business opportunities, simply because geographically the different actors are relatively close within the city's boundaries. So we have the main question here. I already mentioned it, and we split it in three sub-questions. How can cities retain value, make more efficient use of their existing resources? What are the existing and potential relationships and collaborative activities among different actors? And what is the interrelationship between circular economy and climate change? So we, for the whole set of questions, we had this methodological approach. We talked to policymakers, academia, and small medium enterprises that were placed in 5 cases, 5 cities. We had in total 11 interviews. We also used materials from conferences, webinars, to discuss this. Of course, we needed to define what do we mean by small cities. And after that, we have this data collection and content. No problem. Thank you for telling me. So what did you miss?
Sorry?
So I was talking and there was suddenly this electrical blackout, right?
Yes,
so what did you miss?
Yes, indeed.
What did you miss? I was showing the slides.
I think on slide somewhere 14, page 14.
So here, where I was describing the selection criteria. All right, so I will very brief summarize this and continue, okay?
Thank you.
All right, so we needed to select the cities, and for that we used some criteria. The most important was obviously the size. You can read there the size. Also that they have some agreement of becoming more circular as a circular city, and also that they have some already practices that we could analyze, and the availability to cooperate with this research. So these are the 5 cities we worked at. And I was just sharing that we, a university where we are based, is really close to the German border. and the other cities are spread in the country. You can see the stars there. So 5 of them, you can read the names of the cities. So now, in relation to the data we could collect, for the first question, how can cities retain their value and make a more efficient use? So obviously everything started with a diagnosis, and for that material flow analysis was applied, and experimentation was very important concept to use there to see how to transform waste to resource management. So, and we mapped some of these practices from the public policy perspective. Green public procurement policies were very important to incentivize the private sector, mainly to collaborate with municipalities to have to look at opportunities to reduce waste and transform it into some resources that could be valorized by the industry. There were also interesting examples like material passports that you can see in the right hand of the screen, an example of that. So nowadays in Venlo, that's one of the municipalities we studied, they have trying to implement this, especially in the construction sector. So we move it forward to the next point. So there were also networks well established. So very important to say that you need to establish collaboration among them. So you need a coordinator or someone that can connect them, basically. And local digital and sharing platforms was also very useful. Nowadays, there is a lot of information online that if you have, I don't know, carbon streams that you are not using anymore, you can publish and say, I'm interested, I'm looking for a partner who would like to reuse these materials. So that's possible because there are these platforms where people can post what they are using as side materials that they cannot valorize, and they don't simply want to manage them as waste because they are still, with the quality to be reused. So just to have an example, conduct total cost, that life cycle costing, for instance, could be applicable to show that there is a business case there. So mainly that you can make money instead of paying for managing such materials. Encourage entrepreneurs to produce and sell locally as well. So try to make the most of those resources coming into the city. So the second question, moving to the second question, what are the existing relationship and collaboration? So as I said, it's very important to map all these important stakeholders, groups of interest, people who are, can see the value of these resources. And normally you need a promoter or a broker that can orchestrate the collaboration, the process, that can connect, let's say, the parties here, and work with voluntary manifestos that serve as a sort of legal instrument to establish the conditions of such collaboration and have a clear definition on roles and capacity of the actors. So collaboration was a very important element for enabling circular practices. What is the interrelationship between circular economy? So we discussed this with different people, interviewees, and we identified these 5 points that you can see around this big circle. So building and construction, bio-based alternatives, nature-based solutions. People's mindset needs to be somehow shaped in a way that can accept more the fact that we are having second-hand materials in the products, or maybe, recover some of or give a second life of these products, etc. So that's very important factor. The mobility sector also proved to be one of these connectors with circular economy and climate mitigation. So some successful factors for cities in transition that we could kind of detect from this study was the fact that the non-financial instruments such as sustainability tenders and circular procurement motivated, mainly the private sector to enter to this new dynamic, encourage flexibility at all levels, to have this more experimental fashion to give it a try and be flexible in terms of maybe having failures along the way from which the people could learn and make improvements, established platforms to collaborate among different important stakeholders that could at the same time create this trust that is very important in any transition process. And I'm getting to the conclusion of this first paper. So innovations are very important. So the digitalization plays an important role to enable to just identify opportunities for circularity practices that can help both not only circular economy but also energy transitions that collectively can contribute to climate change mitigation, and also try to incentivize more attractive business models that can facilitate this circularity transition, shift in governments to enable these economic system changes, like in Venlo, where credit to credit and circular economy make part of the actual policies, public policies, and make this more accountable and define some kind of metrics. And for metrics, I think that will make the connection with the next paper. This is a work that I'm very proud of being part of. This is led by Julie Nurdiana, our chairperson. She has been doing her PhD at this university on this topic, circular city, mainly focused on Indonesian cases. And we look at this question of we really need to define a metrics to show how we are moving from linear to more circular practices in cities. And then she came up with this set of indicators that can help cities to monitor their improvements. But as any study, we need to start by the literature review, and that she looked at this set of existing indicators that could be connected to circular cities on the one hand, but also to make it more appealing to this Indonesian situation. She talked to a large number of people. She made a lot of interviews to make these indicators more appealing to the Indonesian situation. So she used these cases, so you might recognize the names of the cities. And as I said, she used interviews to validate her set of indicators. And that everything starts with a definition. And the circular cities, she came up with this, we came up with this working definition. A defined area within a regenerative economic system with far-reaching regional strategic developments that continuously sustains the ability of natural systems to remain productive and diverse functions as a defined level of social well-being that implies economic prosperity. So I think it was very assertive to include also the social dimension of circular economy. So this is part of the results that are published already. There are in this, I mentioned at the beginning that these are part of a number of articles. So this is already published, and she looked at circular city indicators from the three sustainability dimensions: economic, social, and environmental ones. And for the environment, you can see that is more expanded, very important because we needed to look at the relationship with energy, the relationship with water, water, with air, with ground, with land, and also from more, let's say, air pollution perspective that could, in a way, contribute to also climate change mitigation. So I invite you to look at the article. This was published in Sustainability Journal. It's open access, so everybody can read it. And with this, I want to stop and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Laura. And also thank you very much for Associate Professor Dr. Sudita for all insightful talk. We have limited time for question and answer. Perhaps I give like one chance to ask a question
Yes, please. Name in short, if possible. Kedengar. Someone please the microphone. Okay, we have two person here, Laura and Dr. Sudita. I'm not sure she is still here or not because he mentioned that there is a class and in laboratory.
I think she left. But maybe you can make a question, Julie.
Yes.
This is your topic.
Waiting. Yes, still waiting. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, please.
No, that's why I choose this topic because I thought this is very close to your heart. So maybe we can have a kind of short discussion, the two of us.
Okay. No worries.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jordan. I'm from mining engineer class of 23. I want to ask to Mrs. Laura, so what role do local communities play in supporting the successful implementation of the circular city concept in urban areas? Thank you.
So you ask it, you just want to repeat the rural area? What is the role in this?
The role of governance.
Role of governance. Sorry, yes. I didn't hear properly. Yes.
The role in governance and apa tadi?
Local communities.
Oh, role of governance and local community.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, got it.
Yes.
So we
sorry,
really
one more
look
question, so you can answer it at once. Please continue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Let me introduce myself. My name is Melvin Alexander Yovandra from Chemical Engineering, Mula Warman University. I want to ask Professor Sudita about green chemistry. Green chemistry is part of the green technology that maybe, and we want all to implement it in the future. But everything must have backlash. Maybe professor can explain about the backlash in green chemistry application, because example, high cost of utilization or in economic and such as. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have two questions, one each for the keynote, one from for Dr. Maria Laura Franco, and also the other one for Dr. Sudita. The message is the role of governance and local community for urban area to apply it circular city, if I'm not mistaken. That's the questions. And the second one for Dr. Sudita is about backlash in green chemistry engineering. Is there any potential backlash such as in economic, perhaps environmental or other area? Okay, please, Laura and Associate Professor Dr. Sudita, the floor is yours. Please, Laura, floor is yours.
Yes. Okay, yes, okay. I thought that was fine. The role of the government is very important because they are like the initiators of this kind of practices in cities, and they also enable the conditions. So they apply different policy instruments like this circular procurement, like they can require to companies to develop these circular passports. So they are really, in the center of the whole system. And so they are promoting some of these values that companies, the you know, the municipal, the waste management sector, they have in a way to operate, to work with. So they have a very crucial role there. They are not implementers, but they try to facilitate that these ideas come across to the important stakeholders, and in this case, motivate the private sector to collaborate among them. So many of these circular economy practices happen business to business. Okay, but there are other ways to also involve community members, like you know, households, in the way that we in our homes again separate the materials in a proper way, that later on this can be transported and treated and transformed in something that has some value for, again, the production and consumption system. So we as part of the community play a very important role. So we need to be informed beforehand how we need to separate these resources. So I like to call them resources. So like plastic, paper, the green thing from the gardens. So that those are important ways to incentivize that circular economy can take place. And that's one thing that engage with communities. But there are other type of like bottom-up initiatives from the communities themselves that they like to organize, for instance, cafe, how do I call it, reparation shops. So that they have this place where they can bring their equipments that have some technical problem, and they together see and repair it. So that's also considered circular economy practices, simply because by repairing you expand the life of these equipments. And it sounds very obvious for people like us. I'm originally from Mexico. That's a very regular practice. So it's very cheap to bring your broken television to this reparation center to you know, repair it and take it home already works again. But in this context, at times, I said that from experience, it's more expensive to pay the reparation than to purchase a new one, especially because at times you don't have the guarantee that the equipment is going to work properly. So these reparation shops are playing an important role to try to keep these equipments for longer. So that's also can be initiated by the communities. I like to mention the example you have in Indonesia, that you have this, oh, Julie, help me with this, places where you can bring your PET plastics, your cardboard, what's the name, Julie?
Waste bank?
Waste banks, exactly. And then where you people from the community can directly get some financial compensation for the amount of materials they are returning, and the the waste bank has a responsibility then to bring them these clean materials to the production lines again. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope that's answer your inquiry, your questions. Laura, and thank you very much, because we have a really limited time and need to shift to parallel sessions. So on behalf of the committee and also faculties, we would like to say thank you very much for your sharing, for your discussions, and your time being here in this conference.
Thank you so much to you.
Thank you. And also, if there are still a question, just like for Dr. Sudita, we will email, and we will also open further communication. Just feel free to contact one of the committee, and we can make like further discussions. So I think this is time for, I will shift the floor to moderator.
Yeah, it's not moderator, right? To MC. Okay.
I'm leaving now.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Laura. See you soon.
See you again.
Bye
Right.
bye. Kayaknya sudah bisa bahasa Indonesia kan? Oke, terima kasih banyak. Mohon maaf kalau ada kurang-kurangnya selama memandu sesi, saya berikan kepada MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to the session of handling the plaques to the moderator. I would like to invite the chairman of the 7th Ictrop to hand over the plaques. All right, thank you for the attention. I would like to invite all of the attendee that asked the question to come forward to get your merchandise. Please come forward. I would like to invite the chairman of the 7th Ictrop to handling the merchandise. To do the session of door prize. Would you like to get the door prize? I need to hear your enthusiasm. Do you want the door prize? Okay, please, Mr. the committee, to help me to start the spinning slide. Before we start the spinning session, I would like to give you the information that the parallel or panel session will start at 14:30. There are 8 rooms. Room number 1 is ETM. It's located at civil meeting room, and the second room will be held in Ruang 1A2. The third room, ESE, will be held in 3A4 room. Room number 4, with the theme of ELP, will be held in Ruang Rapat Dekan. Now, room number 5, ME, will be held in Ruang Rapat. Room number 6, SCD, Smart City Development, will be held in room number 3A5. Room number 7, IT, will be held in room PPI. And room number 8, EIA, will be held in Ficon room. Okay, now we are going to start the spinning. Start, please. Stop. Sukmo, Ayu. Sukma Ayu. No, there is no Sukma Ayu here. Okay, let's restart again. Start. Yeah, stop. Da-da-dang. Who is that lucky person? Nur Akmarina. Akmarina. Is there anyone named Nur Akmar? Okay, let's restart again. Start. Alia Metia Rahmat. Is there anyone Alia? Okay. Due to the time limitation, we are going to start the panel session right now. So please come to the room that I have mentioned before, and we will go back here around 10 past 4. Thank you for your attention.